community across all sectors. Thank you for your presence and your unwavering dedication to this vital industry. It is now my privilege to officially open the program. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to please rise for our national anthem.
Our national anthem represents the beauty, pride, strength, and resilience of Jamaica and our people. My name is Agent Sasko. Please stand as we honor Jamaica, our culture, and our history.
And please remain standing as we proceed with a word of prayer, and that will be delivered by Alison Johnson Millwood.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Eternal God, creator of this heaven and earth, we give you thanks for being with us this morning. We thank you for waking us up in our right mind, that we could be in this place, in this event. Almighty God, we know we can't do anything without you, so we're inviting your attention and your presence in our midst. We ask, dear Lord, that you will pilot the program, the moderator, those who will be presenting, the speakers. We pray, God, that you will give them clarity. Oh, God, that you will stand with them. Father, when we leave here, we can say, yes, it was really good. It was a success because you were in our midst. Be thou glorified. Be thou magnified. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please be seated. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Ketanya Laing, Acting Government Archivist of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, JARD, to deliver the opening remarks.
Good morning. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Dr. Kasan Troupe, Chief Technical Director, Dr. Nicola Ann Brown-Pinnock, Principal Director, Ms. Sophia Wellington, other senior executives and team members of the ministry, educators and representatives from our schools in Region 1, representatives of other government ministries, departments, and agencies, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Gayan Facey, members of the Government Records and Information Management Network, members of the Library and Information Association of Jamaica, and representatives from other professional associations, or information management colleagues in academia, or partners from the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica and the Jamaica Information Service, private sector stakeholders, other members of the media, or colleagues who have joined us online, and the dedicated team leads and team members of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department. I am pleased to have you here today for this ceremony in recognition of Records and Information Management Month 2026 under the theme, Records and Information Management Security, empowering individuals and organizations in a connected world. And for this important off-boarding exercise to recognize the excellent work being done by government entities who are committed to implementing the Government of Jamaica Records and Information Management Program. The matter of information security is of critical importance, especially in today's digitally connected world. We live in a time when records and information management has evolved to include considerations for risk management, climate change, disaster preparedness, post-disaster recovery, climate change, digitization, data centers, data archiving, open data, big data, information governance, data security, and information security. The matter of information security is quite timely as we're still recovering from the effects of Hurricane Melissa on our public sector infrastructure and our public sector information assets. The Jamaica Archives and Records Department, as part of the Information Division within the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, recognizes the critical role of public sector records to the efficient operation of government, and we have been steadfast in our country's information security and recovery efforts. Later this afternoon, we will present a strategic workshop that will further examine the matter of safeguarding records in the event of disasters, which will serve to further strengthen the capacity of public sector RIM practitioners to mitigate the risks of disaster on our records and information assets. As we commemorate International Records and Information Management Month 2026, and recognize the tremendous efforts of ministries, departments, and agencies in implementing the GOJ RIM program, we commend those entities who are already on board. And we continue to extend an invitation to other public sector entities to also come on board as we seek to support the work of the public sector in supporting good governance, transparency, accountability, and information-driven national decision-making. Today's event promises to be a day well spent, and on that note, I wish you a productive but enjoyable day. Thank you.
We want to thank you, Ms. Laing, for those inspiring and insightful words. Now, before we proceed, we have a special moment to showcase a short promotional video titled Jarred, Bridging the Gap, which highlights the impactful work of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department in connecting our history with the future. We invite you to view this brief presentation.
For hundreds of years, Jamaica's history has been preserved through the dedicated work of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, JARD. Founded in 1955 with roots dating back to 1659, JARD is the custodian of Jamaica's rich cultural and governmental history. Now, JARD preserves government records in all formats: paper, audio-visual, and digital, ensuring their integrity for generations to come. They provide research services, record management standards, and training, empowering public entities and fostering national pride. Through innovation and rigorous standards, JARD safeguards Jamaica's heritage, making history accessible, accurate, and enduring. Discover Jamaica's history with the Jamaica Archives and Records Department. JARD, your gateway to the nation's past, present, and future.
And we want to thank you for watching the video. It underscores the vital role of archives in safeguarding our nation's heritage and facilitating effective records management. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you now to join me in welcoming Dr. Kasan Troupe, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, to extend greetings.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Carl Francis. Good morning to you. Let me greet our guest speaker, Gayan Facey, Campus Records Manager, UWI. We thank you so much for being here this morning. Let me greet our CTD, our Chief Technical Director, Dr. Nicole and Brown Pinnock, in our own very Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. Ketanya, thank you so much for that overview, and special welcome to you this morning. And of course, the senior team members from JARD. It's really a pleasure to have you. Can you stand so the team can see the hard-working members of JARD? If you're in the room from JARD, just stand. Yes, hard-working team members, especially now when we are reeling from the effects of the hurricane. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Let me greet other members of the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, and all the team members from our ministries, departments, and agencies. We are really happy to have you, and I know we have other members from the school system and in the region. Really, really happy to have you. If you are here from the school system, let me see your hand. Oh, Lord, clap them for me. Yes, yes. I told the team from the very beginning that we need to be in our schools, especially what I saw, Carol, from the hurricane, when I saw the files submerged, soaked, wet, people's lives, information, future, damaged. I said to the team very early, we have to get into our schools. And I'm really, really happy that these team members are here today as we build and empower you to carry on the work. Just clap yourselves again. Very good for responding. Let me greet all the other special invited guests who are here. Members, I understand we have members in the social media, online. I want to welcome you. I know you're out there listening. Members of the media, where would we be without you? We need you to get the information out, right? And so we are happy to have them. Let's clap the media. We don't celebrate them a lot. So, colleagues, it's my pleasure to join you today for today's official Records and Information Management Month ceremony. We should have been here before, but we are still here, and I want to celebrate that. And this marks a very important, as said before, offboarding of the government of Jamaica RIM program and the convening of the RIM Risk and Compliance Workshop. Very important. Of course, Ketanya gave you the theme, Records and Information Management Security, empowering individuals and organizations in a connected world. We find that this is very relevant, colleagues, and very forward-thinking. We want to recognize the leadership that really spent the time to understand the purpose of a theme that will drive the work to be done, especially at this critical juncture in our country. It reminds us that an increasingly digital and interconnected public service, we will need to improve on our RIM management practices. Records information management practices are key to sustain in the future. You've just seen the video. We have to archive our history. We have to make sure that it is accessible, and when people need the information, it's available to make informed decisions. Very important what we are doing. We can relate to what has happened in our schools, the difficulties we faced in identifying where our students are subsequent to the passage of the hurricane. Our principals would say to us, we don't have the addresses because the files have been damaged. And so it has forced us to move expeditiously into the digitization of our records, and of course rolling out the information management systems at the tertiary level and at the secondary, primary and infant school level. So critical at this time. We don't need any more reminders of how important that is. And I draw your attention to a recent special interest story that was posted by UNICEF in the media about 2 of our schools who testified that they were able to reduce the number of students that were unaccounted for because they were actively using the information and rather the education management information system. So they had in very quick succession more of their students in school than out of school. Let's celebrate that together, colleagues. Our information system is working. So the work really speaks to expanding digital learning platforms. That's what we want to do. We want to strengthen data system for student performance and school administration. We want to improve access to information across the education system. And of course, enhance our service delivery to our students, our parents, our educators, and all our key stakeholders. That's part of what we want to do. So these efforts depend fundamentally on reliable, secure, and well-managed information systems. So colleagues, it's not about whether or not we can do this. We must do this. We must have reliable systems. We must secure our data. And so what we are starting today is a long energy and pathway of work. So you cannot lose the energy now. You have to sustain that energy because there's so much more to be done. This is just the tip, right, Ketanya? The tip of the iceberg. We have a lot more to do. All right, we want to ensure that student data is accurate, protected, and accessible when needed. We want to have institutional knowledge to preserve across schools. Too often, when a new principal comes in our system, there's no record to make sure that there's continuity of operations. It's almost like they have to start all over. Sometimes even in our own ministries, because some persons do things from their heads. We don't document, we don't protect, we don't preserve. And when there is succession, we have a challenge in being effective and efficient on the go. We have to pause and learn. This is what we want to make the thing of the past. And that's why we have to invest. So decisions are informed by credible and timely data. So in this regard, colleagues, RIM is a critical enabler in the transformation process. It is not an if or a but or suppose. We cannot transform without our RIM practices. Are you with me? You don't sound like you're with me. We cannot transform without our RIM practices. Are you with me? Yes. Certainly. So effective records and information management remains foundational and fundamental to good governance. It strengthens accountability and transparency, supports timely and evidence-based decision-making, preserves institutional memory, and improves the efficiency and quality of public service delivery. And don't we know what we need to do as it comes on to service excellence? It is the mandate of every ministry, every department, every agency to rise to a level that we define as service excellence. Every client that comes into our ministry must feel the ethos of excellence. And that will happen with this enabler, our records management. So we can access data quickly, we can access accurate data, and we can serve the public in a timely manner. That's the thrust. And therefore, RIM management practices is a key fundamental enabler that you must make a priority in your ministries, department, and agency. Are you with me? Yes. All right. You must make sure that your permanent secretary is proud of you when she leaves here. This is not a talk shop. This is important to the government. We're talking about governance. We're talking about security of our information. We're talking about accuracy. We're talking about accountability. Those are important words and drivers and principles in the management of the government of Jamaica through our ministries. Very important. So we are really the doors. We are the safeguarders, those persons who must lead and protect. We should not wait and watch, but we must take action. We need to take action. How do we do that? We must know what to do. And that is why we are having these series of workshops to empower you. So when you get out there, you know exactly how to preserve, to protect, to access, and to transform the data into the digital space. We are relying on you, the workers in the field. We are relying on you to embrace and to go back and to translate the learning. We have a thing in Jamaica, information is power. We like to hide things in our hearts and mind. And me alone know, Carol. But once you are intentional and you want to make a difference, the people around you must also be empowered. It is the hallmark of a good leader. If you're going to transform, you have to enable your team. So this activity is not just about you. We want you to go back and translate the message. Build out your information learning team and replicate the practices that you will be exposed to today. That's the kind of government we want to run. That's the kind of ministries we want to run. That's the kind of service excellence. That's the kind of preservation we need, so we can always access the data, we can reference the past, and we can make sure we don't make the same mistakes. We can learn from the records to transform Jamaica. So colleagues, it's really my pleasure again to be here, to be a part of this, and to bring remarks on behalf of our minister and the wider ministry as we champion the importance of record and information management practices across the ministries, departments, agencies, and now, of course, in our schools. We have a lot of data in our schools. Students' data, personal data, performance data, administrative data, you name it. Now is the time to understand that importance. Now is the time to preserve. Now is the time to ensure that every member of your team understands and you replicate these strategies, and we carry on the work of the government through the workers in our schools. Colleagues, please stay back, participate, learn, translate, and let's make records information management practices a norm in our ministries. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Troupe. Now, your words serve as a powerful reminder of the importance of our collective efforts in records and information management. And I want to, we talk about schools. If you go to the St. Anne's Bay Primary, there's just one little line in their records that showed you that Marcus Garvey attended the St. Anne's Bay Primary School. There is, when you do history and you're looking at Nanny, some people think that she's mythical, but there's one little line in the records that shows Nanny's name in those records. The importance of records help to, what is the word I'm looking for? To validate, to secure, to let us know that Nanny was not a myth, that Marcus Garvey attended St. Anne's Bay Primary. And so when we lose our school records, we lose part of our history, because when we're looking for information about our leaders, the persons who are impactful, and we can't find it, then we have lost something that is extremely important. People say, oh, you have to go to a particular school, but you can bloom where you're planted. And so those records help. And so we want to turn our attention next to the Government of Jamaica's Record and Information Management Program. To shed light on this vital initiative, I invite Dr. Nicola Ann Brown-Pinnock, the Chief Technical Director, Information Division of the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, to provide us with an overview of the program.
Miss Carol Francis, Master of Ceremonies, my beloved Dr. Kasan Troupe, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, my wonderful PD, Ms. Sophia Wellington, Principal Director, Information, Ms. Ketanya Laing, Government Archivist, Ms. Gayan Facey, Campus Records Manager, UEMONA, distinguished representatives from the ministries, departments, and agencies, and of course, our educators throughout the various regions, members of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, the media, other specially invited guests, colleagues, a pleasant morning. The Records and Information Management Program is a national initiative designed to standardize the management of official records across the government of Jamaica. It ensures that all government activities and decisions are comprehensively and accurately documented, systematically managed, and effectively monitored in accordance with established regulatory frameworks. The program also promotes adherence to life cycle principles and governs the creation, maintenance, use, and timely disposal of records. The program applies across the entire public sector, of course encompassing ministries, departments, and agencies. In accordance with Cabinet Decision number 2518, it was established to operationalize the RIM policy through a comprehensive framework of managing official records. This framework facilitates secure data exchange among entities, strengthen institutional and legislative frameworks, and ensures that information remains accessible and appropriately protected. Overall responsibility for the policy, of course, rests with this wonderful ministry, the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information, which holds portfolio responsibility for the initiative. The ministry's Information Division provides technical guidance and oversight, while the Jamaica Archives and Records Department is responsible for coordinating and implementing the policy. Within MDAs, accountability rests with accounting officers supported by RIM committees. The Director of Documentation, Information, and Access Services has direct responsibility for the rollout and implementation of the RIM policy within their specific ministry and its portfolio, departments, and agencies. This governance structure reinforces the policy's vision of an integrated, standardized, and secure records and information management system. It facilitates timely access to government information and archival material, protects and leverages Jamaica's historical, informational, and cultural assets, and enhances service delivery, informed decision-making, and the achievement of national development priorities. At its core, it's effective life cycle management of GOJ records, ensuring they are securely maintained, readily accessible, and preserved when they maintain enduring value. In turn, the policy strengthens transparency and accountability, supports evidence-based decision-making, and safeguards Jamaica's institutional memory for present and future generations. Now you might be wondering, so what's the benefit of this program? It's actually wide-ranging. They include improved service delivery and decision-making, enhanced communication and coordination. It reduces operational costs, strengthened risk management, increased adoption of emerging technologies. The program also ensures the protection of vital information assets. Importantly, it contributes to the development of records and information management expertise within Jamaica, and it extends to the Caribbean region. Implementation of this program is actually structured around 5 key results areas: strengthening legislative and regulatory framework, enhancing organizational structures and human resource capacity, reforming the institutional framework of Jamaica Archives and Records Department, and we're way ahead of that game, implementing standardized records and information management systems, and importantly, building stakeholder capacity. Operationalization has followed a phased approach, beginning with pilot initiatives in key entities including the Office of the Cabinet, the Office of the Prime Minister, JARD, the Auditor General's departments. However, building on these efforts, implementation has progressively expanded across MDAs. The policy also provides for periodic review every 5 years, led by the ministry with responsibility for the JARD portfolio. By way of update, preparatory work is currently underway to undertake a comprehensive review informed by program performance, evolving best practices, the realities of the digital operating environment, and outstanding priority areas. In conclusion, the RIM program is a critical pillar in the government of Jamaica's effort to modernize the public sector and strengthen national governance. Its sustained success will depend on continued commitment, collaboration, the investment across MDAs, and that is essential at this point in time. We need the buy-in, the further buy-in, and we also need you to stay the course. Ultimately, the program's effectiveness will be measured by its ability to support informed decision-making, preserve Jamaica's documentary heritage, ensure that accurate, reliable information remains accessible to both present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pinnock, for that comprehensive overview and the critical importance of records and information management, specifically the strategic importance of secure records management in fostering transparency and accountability. Now we have the pleasure of recognizing outstanding contributions to our records management community. I'm going to invite Mrs. Raquel Strawn Inararity, who is the Senior Archivist of the Jamaica Archives Unit, to present this citation honoring the public entities recently off-boarded under the program.
Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Carol Francis, our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Kasan Troupe, Chief Technical Director, Dr. Nicola Ann Brown-Pinnock, Principal Director, Ms. Sophia Wellington, our Government Archivist, Ms. Ketanya Laing, our keynote speaker, Mrs. Gayon Francis, our partners and stakeholders in our ministries, departments, and agencies, and our school communities, and those of us who are online, representatives from the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, good morning. The government of Jamaica recognizes that effective records and information management is indispensable to the modernization of our public administration, the preservation of our national heritage, and the deliverance of effective and transparent services to our citizens. The Records and Information Management Policy establishes a framework through which records are systematically created, captured, maintained, and are made accessible, thereby ensuring institutional accountability and safeguarding the documentary memory of Jamaica, our nation. The implementation of sound RIM practices strengthens digital transformation initiatives by ensuring that information assets are properly governed, secured, and retrievable across technological platforms. This alignment supports evidence-based decision-making, promotes operational efficiency, and reinforces public trust in government institutions. Participation in the RIM implementation program demonstrates a commitment to improving information governance throughout structured records survey, policy development, records appraisal, decongestion initiatives, and the potential integration of electronic records and information management systems. These measures support compliance with established standards and contribute to the broader objectives of public sector modernization and improved service delivery. Special recognition is extended to the ICT Authority of Jamaica, formerly eGov Jamaica Limited, and the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, PICA, for their meaningful contribution to strengthening institutional capacity through the application of sound records management principles. Their engagement will support enhanced accountability and the delivery of efficient, reliable, and secure public services. The Jamaica Archives and Records Department expresses sincere appreciation to the ICT Authority and PICA for their valued contribution to advancing records and information management within the government of Jamaica, thereby supporting national development and the preservation of Jamaica's documentary heritage for present and or future generations. At this time, I invite Mrs. Alicia Lichmore, our Senior Archivist at the Government Records Center, with responsibility for records management, and or representatives from the ICT Authority, Mrs. Fern Townsend, and Miss Althea Moore from PICA. If you could make your way to the front, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. No, I know that I'm listed as the one who will present these tokens on behalf of JARD, but it just don't feel right. I see a nice lady sitting at the front in black and white. Yes. Our dear PS, right, Dr. Kasan Troupe, I will now ask her to just hand over these plaques as a token from JARD and to these ladies who is representing the ICT Authority and PICA this morning. And let us just give them a wonderful round of applause. Right? They're off the program. They have done it. All right, so Mrs. Fern Townsend. So the plaque. Right, and we'll have Miss Althea Moore for PICA. Yes. All of you here are passports, right? So you can imagine that they're being assured today that they're on top of things with your records. What a joy to celebrate this day. Yes, and I second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and sixth that, right? So I know that JARD will be receiving the applications for those who are not yet on board, right? Because PICA and our ICT Authority know more than us, not true? Yes, man. So we all will be onboarded. And for those of us who are on board but not really bored, all right, we'll talk. Enjoy the rest of the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
And we want to just thank Alicia Litzmore. She brings such energy. She makes me laugh all the time. And you know, I want to also thank Mrs. Strawn in her rarity, you know, for her dedication and leadership in advancing our records management practices. When I was learning records management, I off-board too. Mrs. Strawn Inerarity was one of my lecturers at UWI when I was doing the master's programs in archives and records management. And we were the first cohort to be trained in this area. And because of her training, I was able to create a disaster preservation, prevention, and recovery disaster plan for the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica. So, thank you, Mrs. Inerarity. We oftentimes don't stop to tell our teachers thanks. And I mean, you know, I might have gray hair, but I really am younger than her. I just... Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our program, we would like to take a moment to highlight the resilience and dedication of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department in preserving our nation's heritage, even in the face of adversity. And we're talking about here Hurricane Melissa. Now, please direct your attention to a short, impactful video titled Restoring Jamaica's Memory, Records Rescue After Hurricane Melissa. So as we wait on it to start, it showcases all right, so we will show the video in a short while. I'm not sure where Mr. Ibanks, I just saw him heading into the room. So the video showcases the extraordinary efforts undertaken to recover and safeguard vital records following the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa. And it exemplifies the unwavering commitment of our archival professionals to protect Jamaica's collective memory. They were out in the fields, and as Dr. Troupe had said, that when you look at the state of the records, not because they were not being stored properly, but because roofs were ripped off. And because there's no roof, the water came down, and so all of those areas and records were affected. The thing is that what is good with JARD is that when you think of paper being wet and mold and that sort of thing, you think it's done, it's over. But JARD has the techniques, and they taught the persons there how to dry the records, how to preserve the records, how to get rid of the mold. And so that is critical because we would not have those records today, and those things are irreplaceable. So I think we're ready now for the video. No, we're not? Okay, so until they're ready, I think we can move on. And let me just say that please join me again in welcoming Alicia Lichmore, who is now going through the door. Alicia? So she is here to present well-deserved recognitions. Or you did those already? Okay, all right. And we should have had the cultural presentation from Mr. Treasure. He's here? Okay. So to continue our program, we have a very special performance from a renowned saxophonist here in Jamaica, Mikhail Treasure, and he will continue the program by letting us hear a musical interlude from him. So until he comes, I'll continue to speak about records management and the importance of records management. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to invite Sophia Wellington to come and introduce our keynote speaker for today.
Good morning, colleagues. Master of Ceremonies, Miss Carol Francis, or Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Dr. Kasan Troupe, or Chief Technical Director of the Information Division, Dr. Nicola Ann Brown-Pinnock, Miss Laing, or Acting Government Archivist, and the hardworking team, senior management and otherwise, of the JARD, the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, as well as our MDs in the room and those online. Good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, and I'm so happy so many came before me and pronounced the name, because I was worried. Miss Gayan Facey. Ms. Facey is an experienced records and information management professional with over 20 years of progressive leadership across financial services, insurance, housing, and higher education sectors. Currently, Ms. Facey serves as Campus Records Manager at the University of the West Indies, a position she has held since 2019. Prior to this posting, she held positions in records and information management at the JN Bank, the JN General Insurance Company, and the National Housing Trust. Ms. Facey is also a certified ISO Quality Management Internal Auditor with a strong track record in aligning information governance practices with organizational and regulatory requirements. She holds a Master's of Science in Records Management and Digital Preservation from the University of Dundee in Scotland and is a graduate of the Michael Teachers College. Ms. Facey is currently enrolled in the Archival Studies Postgraduate Certificate Program at the Louisiana State University, and she comes to the table with extensive experience in records and information governance, data protection, business classification scheme development, enterprise content management, and electronic document and records management systems. Ms. Facey also operates as a data protection consultant, conducting data protection impact assessments and delivering training to educators, government ministries, and agencies on data protection and records management best practices. She is the founder of Archivist, Records Management and Business Solutions, which provides strategic RIM advisory and implementation services to align information governance frameworks with legal, regulatory, and organizational requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a results-driven, motivational leader with strong competencies in analytical thinking, strategic management, stakeholder engagement, and process improvement. Ms. Facey is known for developing high-performance teams, strengthening compliance frameworks, and implementing practical, business-aligned records and information management solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues all, please join me in making welcome Ms. Gayan Facey.
Me, them just start both? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Our Master of Ceremony, Miss Carol Francis, the lovely Dr. Kasan Troupe, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Dr. Nicola Brown-Pinnock, Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Informations Division, Miss Sophia Wellington, Principal Director in the Ministry of Education, Miss Ketanya Laing, my esteemed colleague, Acting Government Archivist for the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, senior members of the Records and Information Management profession. Everybody, good morning. Ono do? Ono all right? Good. Ono know some of the things the normal way. Ono should know by now, not true? All right, so today, I think Dr. Troupe was in my head when she made her presentation this morning because she spoke a lot about some of the things that I'm going to be talking about today. So I'm going to be talking to us about vital records, risks and national resilience, the records manager as the strategic enabler. Me is a records woman, file woman, misinformation, records management expert. Every records have to pass through me. Me no cater, me no partial, me no curry favor. If you want the record, you have to come to me. You could have been PS, SD, MIN, or PM. Me never said permanent secretary. Right. You better document your requests. Because any day me go a PAC, the records have to talk for me. Me is a records woman, file woman, misinformation, records management expert. Me carry weight. You know the important national decisions in the files under my management that me have to keep and safeguard for the government. Me have national development plans, infrastructure development, social policy decisions, signed treaties and agreements, project approvals, and diplomatic correspondence. All of these important national records under my regiment. Me is the records woman, file woman, misinformation, records management expert. Me no give lie, me no play, me no ease up, me no cry cree. Me no take argument or chat from nobody. Even the nice senior director lady, see her there, as she interview me, as she give me the report, as she give me the work and say, are your responsibility? She said to me, say, the file them can dash man, them not necessary. Can't look how much space file I take up already. Look like the records department are going to need 10 story. Me just draw for the procedure and the retention and disposition authority. Me said these records are necessary for the government accountability. She said, no. Who gave you that authority? Me just show her the directive what Jard give me. Because any day me not follow it, and she see him wanna go fire me. The minister come the other day. Yes, man. The nice lady where her picture hung up in the fire. And the bedroom and the boardroom name after she. She never make no requests. and she wants some information from me. Me tell her the procedure and give her the form to complete. And in a me nice executive voice, me read the policy. She turn, look at me and say, "Who give you such authority?" Me just turn the signature page and guess who sign off, Fanny. Me is the records woman, file woman, misinformation, records management expert. Don't ramp with me. Records managers, information professionals, you are important. You are not just administrative or clerical personnel. Your role is strategic. You're a strategic enabler. Now, when records fail, when records managers fail, the very engine room of a nation stalls. And I want that to sink in a little. When records managers fail, the very engine room of a nation stalls. Because records are the drivers of decisions. It's the driver of decision making. And so records managers, we need to ensure that the records that we have in our remit is so kept that our nation cannot stall. Now we in Jamaica, we operate under some national operational reality. We have hurricanes and climate shocks. Hurricane Melissa came and nobody expected the magnitude of the devastation. And in March, when it's supposed to be a drought month, we have so many we have rainfall, we have a lot of flooding. There are cyber threats. We have infrastructure fragility. We are operating in a continuous risk environment, and we have an expanding digital dependency. Now we don't get our certificate of fitness and our registration certificates in paper anymore. Everything is online. So we're moving to an expanding digital dependency environment. But our records managers are the guardians of governance. You don't believe it? You are the champions of accountability. In this age, in this our national system of records and information management in Jamaica, our records and information managers are the champions. We don't have weight. We don't carry weight. Heavy weight. You see how me sound? Heavy weight, right? Records managers are the guardians of governance. And what does that mean? Records managers protect the integrity, authenticity, and the reliability of organizational evidence. So in your ministries, departments, and agencies, it is your responsibility to ensure that evidence of decisions and actions that are taken at the highest level down to the lowest level is maintained as evidence. So if the minister makes a decision or the sweeper makes a decision that impacts your entity, it is important that it is kept as evidence, and you are the guardians of governance. You are the champions of accountability. Records managers enable transparency in public administration, and you provide auditable trails for oversight, investigation, and reporting. Records managers are the defenders of not the earth. Who know the cartoon? Defenders of the earth. But you are defenders of information assets, right? Your responsibility is to safeguard sensitive and confidential data, be it personal data, be it high-level decision-making information, technical data. It's your responsibility. And you mitigate risks such as loss, breach, and manipulation of information. As records managers, you are information risk leaders. You actively manage information risk as a core component of enterprise risk management. So, it's not only the risk manager who has a responsibility. You, as the records manager, also play a part in the enterprise risk management framework of your institutions. Records managers are enablers of continuity, and we cannot overemphasize. We cannot talk about Hurricane Melissa, how during a disaster, the records manager becomes the government's lifeguard, throwing out operational lifelines. I know you have been to schools in St. Elizabeth and all the areas that were deeply devastated and ravished by Hurricane Melissa, to throw out a lifeline to the schools to help them to be able to find their students, to help them to salvage the records and information that they need in order to begin their operations again. And so you play a critical role in enabling continuity during and after disasters. Now, you are the custodians of institutional memory, and records managers are the doctors that protect the government from institutional amnesia. When governments change, some people don't remember what was said, what happened, who did this. I can't recall. Thank you. But as records managers, you preserve continuity of organizational knowledge across time, across leadership, and across the various crises that governments face. So, the key questions for our records managers today: which records must be available within 24 hours of a national disaster? Which records must be available within 72 hours of a national disruption? And which records must be available within 7 days of a national disaster? Now, the answer to those questions is your Vital Records program. How many of you know about the Vital Records program? All right, so we have some work to do. Now, what is a vital record? A vital record is any record that is unique to your institution. It is impossible to reproduce, and it is required for you to re-establish normal operations after a disaster. So your program will entail all those records that fit that description, right? Now, there are various categories of vital records. You have your emergency records, and they are required to continue the operation immediately to coordinate the disaster response. You need those right as the disaster hits. As a matter of fact, you need them before the disaster hits, right? So your standard operating procedures, your appointments of key individuals, your emergency contact list, any business continuity plans, your disaster recovery plan. I remember during Hurricane Melissa, there was a center, an emergency center that was set up, and those key persons would have been a part of the vital records team. With the and I hope some records managers were a part of that team, because the decisions and actions that are taken during that time also need to be documented and kept as evidence. Now, there is another category of vital records. It's your legal and rights-based records. Now, these are required to prove entitlement, ownership, obligations, identity, legal status. So, Hurricane Melissa came, the place looks totally different. Where is the boundary for this government agency's land? Where is it? Where is the diagram that shows who is your neighbor? Where is the license or the patent in relation to a regulatory requirement? Where are they? Where's the insurance policy for a particular building or a particular service? Those are your legal and rights-based records. And now you have your financial and accountability records, and these are required to manage, track, and justify spend. So your payroll, your salary, your procurement, your budget, your asset register, your statutory declarations, etc., those are the records that fall within the financial and accountability records. Now, when you have those category of records, you must place them on your vital records classification matrix. So, which records are tier 1, which records are tier 2, and which records are tier 3. Now, your tier 1 records, you need them within 0 to 24 hours of an event. Your tier 2, you need them within 24 to 72 hours. And your tier 3, you need them within the 7 days of your standard recovery, right? So records from any of the categories may fall in tier 1, 2, or 3 of the classification matrix, right? So how do I know what vital records category a records fall in, and what is the tier 1 versus the tier 2? You go back to your classification matrix, right? Now, vital records is at the heart of an organization's risk management framework. Very important. It is at the heart. It sits at the intersection of operational risk, legal and regulatory risk, reputational risk, and business continuity risk. So, what is that saying to us? No government ministry, department, or agency should have a risk management program without the records manager being a part of that program, because the records manager knows the high-value information assets that are required in the event of a disaster, and they know the severe impact that those records have on the organization and the organization's ability to pivot. Now, we must also conduct a business impact analysis for records. That's a part of the risk management framework. Now, what it does, it identifies critical functional dependencies, it evaluates the threats to records, and it assesses the vulnerabilities. Very important. So, in your business impact analysis, your records manager will ensure that all the records that are vital to the organization, you identify the dependencies on the critical business functions, and you look at the threats. So your contracts is critical to the operation of any ministry, department, and agency. Now, what is the threat to the contract records? Not the contract itself, but the records. Where are they stored? Who has them? Do you have one copy? Do you have a procurement department that manages procurement and keeps those records? Or do you have a single procurement officer who has a single paper copy of that very important contract? So your records manager will conduct that business impact analysis as it relates to your critical records and will be able to provide recommendations as to how they can be safeguarded. Now, the records manager doesn't work on his or her own. It is done in collaboration with key stakeholders. And the records manager will work with those stakeholders to determine three things as part of the business impact analysis. The maximum tolerable downtime. The maximum time a function can be unavailable before causing irreversible damage. If a hospital patient information management system is down and you have someone in surgery, how long can that system be down? The recovery time objectives, the target time to restore access to a records system. What is a reasonable time within which that patient record system should be back online? Do you have a backup for it? Or you destroyed all the physical paper? And so nothing was saved as a backup, scanned somewhere on a redundant storage solution somewhere, or backed up in another location, in another island, or in another country somewhere. And the records manager will also be able to contribute to the recovery point objectives, which is the acceptable data loss window. How current records must be. If you lose data, what is the acceptable recovery point object? If you should lose all your patient records, if you should lose all your student records, at least I can live with last month's, last year's, last quarter's. That must be identified. Now, a critical insight: which records must be restored after disruption? Systems are often restored, but it's the records that should determine which system is restored first. So you don't restore all your IT systems. Why you restore the point of sale machine? Nobody not no money if you go buy no card. You can't access the banks. So why you restore the point of sale? But we need the business continuity plan. We need the standard operating procedures. So we restore SharePoint first. Or you restore the EDRMS first. Or we have patients, we have students, we have staff. Restore, it was, Melissa happened, the hurricane came 2 days before people were to be paid. Nobody had no money. So what do you restore? You restore your payroll, right? So that is the strategy. That is the critical insight that records managers must have when advising our key stakeholders on what to restore. So, tier 1 goes without saying, we restore our tier 1 records first. Now, records are important to ensuring resilience in the government sector. So, records managers must participate in the enterprise risk management framework to identify the risks relating to records and flag them early. You must conduct your business impact analysis to map the dependencies, the record dependencies, and define the recovery priorities. And there is the vital records prioritization, which is to maintain a vital records register, and that's a part of your entire vital records program. And importantly, the records manager acts as the information continuity coordinator during a crisis, supporting decision-making with reliable records. Now, my guardians of governance and my champions of accountability, in a crisis, your role is to ensure continuity of information, to support emergency operations, and to provide auditable evidence. And so, where are my records managers? Please stand. My records professionals. Raise your hand. I anoint you in the name of records management. Ba, 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 ba. Go ye out in all the ministries, departments, and agencies. Preach the gospel of records management. Rebuke those who will not follow the procedure. And lo, your government archivist is with you, even to the PAC. Thank you.
So I want to say the clever use the clever use of poetry by Mrs. Facey to humorously yet powerfully emphasize that records and records management are the driving forces behind decision making. Now, through witty verses, she highlighted that accurate records serve as the compass for decision making, transparency, and accountability. Ms. Facey's poetic approach also reminds us in a memorable way that meticulous records and information management is the foundation of informed decisions. So let's embrace this truth with a renewed commitment to effective records and information management and standard operational procedures, when dealing with vital records. Thank you so very much. And so I'm looking at Mr. Banks around there because I am again going to invite us to look at the short, impactful video titled Restoring Jamaica's Memory, Records Rescue After Hurricane Melissa.
In 2025, Jamaica faced devastating impacts from Hurricane Melissa, exposing critical vulnerabilities in our public sector records. The Jamaica Archives and Records Department, JAD, acted swiftly, conducting thorough assessments across affected parishes.
The audiovisual records come in many formats: DVDs, CDs, cassettes, you name it, the list goes on. But for the one that I would have observed, yes, care needs to be taken in terms of recovering all of those types of records during a disaster. We want to protect them. You should have had an inventory of them. When I ask how many, you should be able to readily can state how many is on location.
The dedicated team documented, rescued, and preserved vital records, ensuring accountability and continuity.
For example, the papers are really clumped together. Don't try to separate. When eventually it's dry, you can interchange.
But in cases where the fans already have more,
you can still dry it out.
Yeah, because even the mold,
Yeah, and then when it's dry, you can use like a soft brush. Even dirt, because you will have, like we saw, like dirt and mud.
Yeah. So those are rock but gonna mix with a lot more different stuff. Those are not
and
just
duckons.
Right. Because probably
rock but gonna with dirt and a lot more.
As guardians of Jamaica's historical and administrative integrity, JAD's role is paramount, preserving the nation's memory, supporting disaster resilience, and safeguarding our future.
This is one powerful interleave, and you leave it here to air dry. You'll check it from time to time. Yeah. When this gets wet, so the water out, you'll change them until it's fully dry. And you keep it in here to air dry, you can't put it in the sun. You get down to document. So for the laminated one, you just get 100% ethyl alcohol, a damp cloth, and wipe it off. Yeah. Put it air dry and it'll be okay. But whatever you do, make sure you have your mask on, your gloves on, and protective gear. There's more than accurate. So you don't want to underclothes on your nose. So make sure you have a mask on, gloves, protective gear, then start feeding them.
This is more than record keeping. It's restoring Jamaica's memory. Records rescue after Hurricane Melissa.
It's a lot of work to go out in the field and to deal with all of that. First of all, the magnitude of the job was like, oh my God, if I saw it, I think I'd want to run off and take vacation at that period. Because a lot of work. And it was just so, and it's just a small team. I just wanted to applaud the team again for the work that they did. And we missed him earlier, but he's here now, and we want to celebrate our cultural heritage. And it is my pleasure to introduce a musical performance by a talented musician whose artistry embodies excellence and dedication. So please join me in welcoming Mikhail Treasure, distinguished saxophonist. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for the musical interlude that enriched our opening ceremony. And your rendition of One Moment in Time is truly unforgettable. Now, as we approach the conclusion of today's proceedings, it is my pleasure to invite Mrs. Princess Gordon-Comack, Senior Archivist, Audiovisual Unit of JARD, to deliver the vote of thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Permanent Secretary, Dr. Kasan, Troupe, and team from the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. Chief Technical Director, Dr. Nicola Ann Brown-Pinnock, and team from the Information Division, other distinguished guests, stakeholders joining us here in person and online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we bring to a close this GOJ Records and Information Management implementation of boarding ceremony, it is my distinct honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Jamaica Archives and Records Department. Today's ceremony, held under the theme, Records and Information Management Security, Empowering Individuals and Organizations in a Connected World, reminds us that records and information management is not merely an administrative function, but a critical pillar of accountability, transparency, and national development, particularly within an increasingly digital landscape. We extend sincere appreciation to our Permanent Secretary for her presence this morning, for her warm greetings, and for her commitment and continued support in advancing sound records and information management across the public sector. Our Permanent Secretary charged us this morning as records managers to strengthen our information and data systems in order to enhance service delivery to our stakeholders. Our gratitude is also due to our Chief Technical Director for her continued support and for providing a comprehensive overview of the GOJ Records and Information Management Program, which has guided the significant work we celebrate today. To our keynote speaker, Mrs. Gayan Facey, we offer our heartfelt thanks for a very thought-provoking, informative, and inspiring address. Your creativity and vibrance made your presentation an exceptional one. Your message has undoubtedly reinforced the importance of safeguarding our records and information systems as we navigate an interconnected world, particularly in the event of natural disasters. We thank you. And Mrs. Facey made a very profound statement this morning, and I just want to let it sink in, so I'm just going to remind you what was said. When records management fail, the very engine room of a nation stalls. Let that sink in. We also extend heartfelt congratulations to the two entities that recently completed the implementation of the GOJ RIM program
who were recognized here this morning. Your achievement reflects strong leadership, dedication, and a firm commitment to accountability and good governance. You have not only met the standards, but you have also set a commendable example for other ministries, departments, and agencies to follow. The plaques presented today are not merely symbols of accomplishment, but markers of progress in service to the people of Jamaica. Special thanks are extended to our Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Carol Francis, for her poise and professionalism in guiding us through this morning's proceedings. We also express appreciation to the media teams who are covering this event and to our talented performer, Mr. Mikhail Treasure, whose musical interludes brought warmth and added vibrancy to this program. And in one of his selections, he reminded us as records managers that we have many rivers to cross. Right. We are equally grateful to the members of JARD's planning and organizing team, the technical support staff, and all those who worked diligently behind the scenes to ensure the success of this event. Your contributions are deeply appreciated. To our invited guests and stakeholders from ministries, departments, agencies, and schools across Region 1 who are here in person and those represented online, we thank you for your presence, your partnership, and your continued commitment to strengthening records and information management practices across the public sector. As we conclude this segment of today's program, we encourage you to reflect on the achievements highlighted this morning and carry forward the momentum generated. The journey of strengthening records and information management does not end here, it continues. We invite you to rejoin us this afternoon at 1 p.m., where our focus will shift to practical training on safeguarding government records, particularly in the context of water-related disasters. Once again, thank you all for your presence and participation. We look forward to your continued engagement in the sessions to come. Thank you.
And we want to thank you, Mrs. Gordon-Commock, for your kind words and for encapsulating the spirit of today's gathering. Now, before we go, I'd just like to invite Senior Archivist Alicia Lichmore and Ms. Facey, our keynote speaker, for a brief presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, as we draw this enriching ceremony to a close, let us carry forward the insights gained today. Remember, effective records and information management security is the cornerstone of transparency, accountability, and trust, cornerstones of good governance and organizational resilience in a connected world. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my deepest appreciation for your active participation, your commitment to excellence, and your dedication to advancing our industry standards. Let us continue to foster a culture where secure, compliant, and accessible information management empowers us all. Thank you. Enjoy lunch. I trust you had a productive and refreshing lunch, and I thank you for your continued engagement as we advance into this critical afternoon session. Today's theme, Records and Information Management Security, Empowering Individuals and Organizations in a Connected World, underscores the vital importance of safeguarding our records, be they physical, audiovisual, or digital, in an era marked by increasing risks and vulnerabilities. Your expertise and active participation are essential in strengthening our collective capacity to preserve Jamaica's documentary heritage and ensure the integrity, accessibility, and security of our records. To set the tone for this segment, I would like to invite everyone to view a brief video that highlights the impactful work undertaken by the Jamaica Archives and Records Department in advancing records management and archival preservation across the island. Please direct your attention to the screen as we watch this informative presentation.
Of vital information. When records are lost or damaged, it's more than just paper. It's our history, our cultural identity, and essential data that underpin the operations of our institutions. The loss of records impacts not only individual organizations, but threatens the continuity and future stability of our entire nation. This is why the Jamaica Archives and Records Department, JARD, was mobilized. JARD responded by conducting targeted, practical training sessions for affected agencies on how to effectively salvage, stabilize, and secure damaged records. Immediate stabilization begins with proper handling. Air drying damp materials is recommended. Spread documents on a flat, clean surface to prevent mold growth and further deterioration. When air drying isn't feasible, freezing damp records can halt ongoing deterioration. Use fans cautiously. Never direct airflow directly at documents, and employ dehumidifiers to control moisture levels and prevent mold development.
We're going to need new files like it will start now, because the longer they stay here, because they're still wet, the more we're going to grow more and more in them. I'm probably going to lose all the documents.
Okay, got it.
I realize the ink not running, so that would be a problem too.
Okay.
But you need to get some tents and tables and start here now. So the tent, you can get the one with the flaps at the side, you can zip and zip down. In case the rain starts fall, the documents still don't get damaged.
The papers are really clumped together. Don't try to separate them. When eventually it's dry, you can interchange.
Interleaving, placing sheets of acid-free, pH-neutral paper between fragile documents helps preserve the integrity of records during drying and prevents sticking or tearing.
My name is Jerome James from the Jamaica Archives and Records Department. I'm the Senior Conservator of the Jamaica Archives. I'm going to show you how, if a file gets wet, how to interleave it and air dry it. I'm going to spray the mold, 100% ethyl alcohol, which will stop the mold from spreading. When it's dry, you get a soft brush and dust the dry stuff off, and you can file like your document, okay? So first, you can see the mold is on the sheet. All you have to do, get your 100% ethyl alcohol. for your documents. You're going to interleave it with your hand towel. And leave it air dry. You won't put it in the sun. If you put it in the sun, the document's going to get brown and dry and start to crack. So you don't put it in the sun at all. Just get a table in a cool air where you pass it through and air dry. Okay? You check from time to time. This is how wet the hand towel gets. If it's soaking, you take it off, replace a different hand towel. Until the document is dry, then you file it. You have to put a weight on them, you have to be very active. Yeah. So for the file now, I would discard the file jacket. And you can always change those. Yeah. And for each document, I'll place a sheet of hand towel, pull it apart, and keep it in the order that the file is in. Or for better, you can number the file so you get the whole pull back together. Then you place another one in here. Yeah. So you interleave each file with paper towel, and it will take the water out of the document without the sunlight. Just want it will pass through it, and it will dry. And you do this for each wet file that you have. So you don't try to do more than probably 2 or 3 a day, so you can monitor them properly, and they don't get damaged. Yeah, thankfully you don't have a lot, so you can work on the speed. And for the time being, before you start interleaving them, you can take them out now, put them on tables, and let the air pass through it. And that's how you interleave a file. Okay? And the hand towel is water or documents and dry for you, so you don't use sunlight. Exactly. And for the molding, the 100% ethyl alcohol. This straw will tell you where it's sold, so you get what to do with file that you have. Okay, thank you very much.
Transforming our approach to records management is essential. For contaminated records requiring disposal, prior approval must be obtained in writing, either via email or formal letter, ensuring proper accountability and adherence to archival standards.
Records analysts will come, validate records, make sure what is on the listing and on the documents, and live up to what we see in person. And then once that is done, it will be submitted to the agency committee. And then once it's going to be reviewed by a subcommittee first, which is the DARS committee, that stands for disposition, schedule and retention subcommittee. And once it's given approval there, a records analyst will then move on to the AAC committee, where the Chief Justice at the finance. Once it's approved, we have about 6 months to dispose of the records. If not, the whole process will start over. And
Rescuing, preserving, and responsibly disposing of records are vital steps in safeguarding our national heritage and documentary integrity. JARD's role is critical, leading efforts to protect our documentary identity, especially in times of emergency and crisis. Effective records management, characterized by swift rescue, meticulous preservation, and responsible disposal, is fundamental to building a resilient Jamaica. JARD remains committed to guiding this essential transformation, ensuring our records and our history are preserved for generations to come.
proceed, I am pleased to introduce our distinguished speakers for this afternoon's session. Each of them brings invaluable expertise and practical insights into safeguarding records from water-related disasters, a challenge that demands our utmost attention and best practices. I would like to, before we start, establish some house rules. I kindly ask everyone attending physically and virtually, please hold your questions until after the speakers have completed their presentation. You are encouraged to write down your inquiries, and during the designated question and answer session, you will have the opportunity to engage directly with the presenters. Without further ado, I am pleased to invite Senior Archivist Alicia Lichmore, and she will be followed directly by Markland Cranston, the Records Management Analyst at JARD, to deliver a presentation on safeguarding official records in the event of water-related disasters. Mrs. Lichmore.
So good afternoon again, colleagues. No, you're looking for Mr. Cranston, but I am not so handsome. But so, you will be with us shortly. So again, I am Alicia Lichmore, Senior Archivist, Government Records Center. Right? So many of you, but for the benefit of some schools that are here, perhaps, maybe it's the first time you're hearing about JARD? Yes? Yes. All right, so in a nutshell, I'll allow the others to talk about their section and what they do. But in a nutshell, the Government Records Center, we mainly have two functions. We store records, official records, semi-active records on behalf of the government of Jamaica. So different ministry departments and agencies will use our space for storing records, right, semi-active records. And also, we have responsibility for the implementation of the GOJ RIM program. And maybe that is also new for the schools. So this is a program where we basically just work with the different ministry departments and agencies of government to implement the records and information management program. So that is pretty much good records management in your institution, right? In a nutshell, right? So we are hoping to be working more closely with the schools to have you on board as well. And so, you are able to have good governance, to strengthen good governance within your institutions. I know that many would have some systems in place, but our role here is to strengthen whatever those systems are. All right, but the conversation continues after today. Now, today's presentation is titled Safeguarding Government Official Records from Water-Related Disasters. This session is particularly important given the severe impact experienced during our October 2025 Hurricane Melissa, particularly across northern and western parishes, where many government records were damaged or completely lost. So sad. So sad. As we approach another hurricane season, it is critical that we strengthen our preparedness to protect government records, which are vital to accountability, service delivery, and national memory, right? And we would have been hearing about that since morning. If we haven't heard about it before, certainly today we would have been saying this, and we have been saying this. And, being in the field firsthand, we would have witnessed why we need to be saying this over and over and over again. All right, so just bear with us. So let us just look at some of the objectives for this session. You should be able to define records and information management. Again, yes, records managers and DDIS, we know you all know it already, but we have some new kids on block, so we're going to be going over that for them. Identify key risks to records apply practical strategies to prepare for disasters, understand what actions to take after a disaster, and navigate the official process for disposing of unsalvageable records. This session will focus on practical, realistic steps that you can implement in your own organizations. Now, let us start with a quick question. If hurricane were to impact your organization today, are your records safe? Would you say yes? Somewhat? Not sure? Or no? If you selected not sure or no, you're not alone. And that's exactly why this session is so important. Now let us begin with a few important definitions. Records are defined as information created, received, and maintained as evidence of business activities. Records and Information Management, or RIM, refers to the systematic control of records throughout their life cycle. A disaster is any serious disruption that exceeds the ability of an organization to cope using own resources. Vital records are those essential to the continued functioning of an organization. And again, Mrs. Facey would have spent some time telling you about vital records and the different level and so on earlier this morning. Now again, the context, and we would have been going through that. In October 2025, we saw firsthand the devastating effects of Hurricane Melissa on government records. So we have been visiting hospitals, we have been visiting schools at tertiary level, we still have the lower level schools to go to, and we have been visiting government offices who have lost administrative and financial documents. In many cases, records were stored in unsuitable spaces without proper protection. Key lessons here is this: disasters do not destroy records. What does? Poor preparation. Right? So let it stick. I'm going to say it one more time. Disasters do not destroy records. Poor preparation does. Now, with that said, let us look at some legislation and policy surrounding records and information management. So again, a lot of the records managers and so on would be familiar with the Archives Act, the Archives Regulation, the Financial Administration and Audit Act and Instructions, the Data Protection Act, and of course, the Government of Jamaica. This is our best friend, our Bible. The Government of Jamaica, RIM Policy 2018, and there's also a procedure manual as well. Right? I don't know if many of us know that, and many maybe know of the policy, but there is a RIM procedure manual that would further break down, how you carry out certain procedures. Now let us take a look at some pre-disaster preparedness strategies and actions. Risk management. The first step in disaster preparedness is risk assessment. So we say we're going basic, some simple things, and this is coming from the background of being in the field, and we recognize that it's not the big and nice and fancy talking and beautiful, all of this. There are some simple things. There are some simple things that persons need to be reminded of. Now, you should ensure to not put your records at risk in flood-prone areas. Areas you know over and over when it rains heavily, this area is flooded. We have to advocate CEO, we need to move. This is not right. Right? We need to talk to our bosses, speak to, we need to find a way to function in the best possible way and to safeguard our records. We need to check for structural weakness of buildings. No, not necessarily us as records persons, but come on, we know the facilities persons, right? We know the persons who we need to speak to when we can see, we notice the cracks, we notice certain compromise, we know who to speak with. Don't turn a blind eye. Which records are most critical? We must know what is the most critical records that we have. If water, and I would like us to just ask ourselves this question. If water enters this building or where you are, wherever you're located, where will the water go first? I don't know if we have stopped to even think about it, but maybe on the eve of the new hurricane season, we need to start thinking about it. When selecting a storage location for records, several factors must be considered. Again, can't say too much, because we saw this, right? This came alive. Avoid flood-prone areas, right? And some of us like to use the basement because it's just on record and we're not really to use them. So just go park them on the basement there, so no. Not after today, not after hearing this, right? Ensure proper ventilation to prevent mold growth, right? Again, if the building is not ventilated, we're going to have a challenge with mold. Implement security measures to control access. Keep records away from hazards like pipes or chemicals, and ensure the building is structurally sound. And again, want us to clock this. Where you store your records can determine whether they survive a disaster. So we need to start thinking about these things seriously. So let's continue. So we're looking at digitizing key records. Hello, eGov? No, we don't even say anymore. No. Yes, we're the authority now, right? Hello, Pika. No, and I call them out specially. You know why? They have successfully completed the implementation of the manual part of RIM. What does that mean? They're ready. They're ready. They're ready to go digital. Right? So, congratulations again. Label boxes clearly. Maintain updated inventories. Now, a proper records inventory is the foundation of effective records management and disaster preparedness. A records inventory simply means having a clear, up-to-date listing of all records within your organization. This includes information such as what records exist, where they are stored, their format. Is it electronic format? Is it paper? What is the medium? The retention period and the levels of importance. Without this information, it becomes extremely difficult to respond effectively in a disaster. So let's continue. We're going to store records safely, duplicate critical records, store offsite copies, maintain digital backups, keep updated retention schedules and finding aids. Remember, preparation is your strongest defense. Now, with that said, I am going to pause to have Mr. Cranston, who will take you through the rest of the presentation and also look at post-disaster. So I will stop right here and he will come to bring that part of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. The name is Marlon Cranston, and I'm a records management analyst at Government Records Center, acting. Now, when it comes on now to best storage best practices, not hearing me? All right. Any better? All right. All right. So when it comes on now to storage best practices, all you store records make a significant difference. Records should be elevated at least 4 to 6 inches off the ground. Avoid storing important records in basement. Use water resistance container where possible. Now, filing cabinets should never be placed directly near windows. During hurricanes or heavy storms, windows are vulnerable to breakage, which can expose records to rain, wind, debris. Keeping cabinets away from windows significantly reduces the risk of water damage. Where feasible, cabinets should be secure or chained together. This helps prevent them from tipping over or shifting during strong winds, vibration, or structural movements. It's an important step that can prevent both injuries to staff and damage to the records. Even a small improvement in storage can prevent major losses. Disaster preparedness. Every organization should have a disaster preparedness plan. This plan should include emergency contact, roles and responsibilities, procedures for evacuation of both personnel and records from a compromised space. Does not have to be complex. It does not have to be complex, but it can be pretty much simple. And when it comes down to this now, we have to add our roles and our, what role I would play as a facilities manager, as a records clerk, etc. Now, let us take a look at some immediate post-disaster actions. Immediately, post-disaster action, after a disaster, your first priority is safety. So ensure that you wear your personal protective equipment on site to check. And we're not going to ask you now to become a hero, because after a storm now, you have to ensure that the building is basically safe before you enter. You don't want to go in there and stuff like that will happen, right? So now, as I was saying now, is that you don't want to go into a compromised building, basically. Do not attempt to salvage records with the, do not attempt to salvage records without the guidance of JARD. Please note that is a responsibility of the JARD technical team. Instead, we ask of you to secure the area, document the damage using photo and notes, and remember to notify JARD as quick as possible. Now, when it comes on now to the disposition process, here are some tips. If the records are deemed unsalvageable, after the assessment, they cannot be destroyed. So you do not have the permission to just go about and destroy the records, it's wash away and stuff like that. Now, there's a formal process that must be followed, and this ensures that accountability and compliance with the law. Submissions required, and then we're going to now look at to initiate the process you must submit. So first of all, you must submit a request for records disposition authority form, a formal letter addressed to the government archivist, and we ask of this that when you are doing this letter, that it must be detailed. So you're going to have like the date range, the type of records, and the retention period. Your retention and disposition schedule, and the retention and disposition schedule is basically like a timetable that tells you how long you should keep your records for, and a finding aid or a detailed explanation of what took place. Now, these documents allow you to properly assess your request. Now we look now at the vetting and approval and disposition and destruction process. All submission will be reviewed by the disposition authority and retention schedule subcommittee known as DARS. If satisfied, it is then recommended to the Archives Advisory Committee for approval. Now the Archives Committee now have the final say in your disposition, right? So if once it's approved, you will be notified in writing and you will then have 6 months to dispose of the records. When disposing of the records, a JARD representative must be present and the destruction must be properly witnessed. A certificate of destruction will be issued post the destruction, and this ensures transparency and accountability. Now, in addition now, with this said now, what I'm basically going to say to you now, Mr. Ebanks, have you uploaded the documents as yet? Okay. All right, so sorry about that. So I just do a brief description of what the files, the documents entail. Now with the retention schedule and disposition schedule, it have a section on it that basically speaks to the inactive of the records, how long you should keep them, and basically the time when they expire. While with the finding aid now, it have detailed stuff like such as the date range, the type of the file, and the location of the file. Now, in closing, records are more than just paper. They are evidence, accountability, and memory of the government operation. Protecting them is not optional. It's a legal and professional responsibility. I thank you for your time. Thank you. I will now open the floor now to any questions. My apologies.
Just to remind you, everyone, please make notations, write your questions down, and then we will ask it at the end of the speakers. So thank you, Mr. Cranston. Thank you, Ms. Litchmore. And we now invite Marsha Vassell, Conservation Supervisor at JARD, to share her expertise on safeguarding paper records in the event of water-related disasters.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for participating in today's workshop. And I'll be looking at how do you safeguard paper records in the event of water-related disasters. So what are the training objectives? At the end of this training session, participants will be able to identify appropriate salvage methods for wet paper records, apply stabilization techniques such as air drying, freezing, and separation of materials. Additionally, they will recognize when to engage professional conservators. So, after Hurricane Melissa, a team from JARD visited a number of organizations to assess the conditions of their records. We observed that in many cases, floodwaters came in and it covered the vital records with mud and debris. In other cases, we saw where the roofs of buildings were partially or completely destroyed. We also saw evidence of not only mold on the record, but mold throughout the building. So this disaster taught us many lessons. There are many lessons to be learned. So moving forward, it's important that we have contingency measures in place so that we can protect our vital records from future disasters. So first I'm going to look at what is the response phase. And this is the immediate actions that are taken by your organization after the disaster. Now I want to hear from you guys. What are some of the actions that you would take? Or even what were some of the actions that were taken after Hurricane Melissa? Okay, anybody else want to share? Anybody else? Okay, I'll continue. So it's important that you assess the type of damage. So you want to see if you have any water damage record or any records that were affected by mold. You also want to check the volume of affected records. By doing this, you will determine what actions are to be taken and if you need to bring in additional staff to assist with the recovery procedure. You also need to check for your priority level of affected records. So you want to see if any of your vital records were affected. These are records that are critical to the operations of your organization. You also want to assess the safety risk to staff. So you will check if you have any infrastructural damages, you'll check for electrical hazards, and you'll also check if there's any contamination of water in the building. You will also check the environmental conditions of the building and where the records are stored. I'm now going to look at documentation. So it is important to document the response and recovery efforts. This will help to guide our actions for future disasters. So you'll document by outlining the date and time, what is the cause of the incident, what affected record series. You also need to take photographs and videos of the damage and the entire response and recovery efforts. We're now moving on to the recovery phase. And this is a stage where you're going to need emergency supplies. You would need to have these in stock in preparation for a disaster. Now, I want you to share with me what are some of the supplies that you have in your stock right now. Remember that we're sharing here today and there's no wrong answer. Okay, I have a pretty long list here, but you can also add additional things to it, items to it. So I have generator, fans, wet and dry vacuum cleaner, dresser tables, plastic sheeting and garbage bags, disposable lab coats, gloves, masks, preferably the N95, eye protection, water boots, absorbent paper and paper towel, wax paper, duct tape, soft paintbrush, ethyl alcohol, plastic crates, of course your buckets and mops, spray bottles, labels, waterproof markers, and a camera. Another item that you could add to this list is tarpaulin. We saw that after the hurricane, how much they were in use, right? I saw where they used the tarpaulin to cover the roofs and also to cover the filing cabinets to protect them from rain. We'll now be moving on to the stabilization measures for water damage records. The environment is stabilized by removing water, opening windows and doors for ventilation, and use fans for air circulation. The goal is to reduce the relative humidity and temperature in the building. So once it is safe, you'll enter the affected area with caution and check for high priority records. You will remove the wettest records first, followed by the less wet, and then the damp items, ensuring the original filing order is maintained. You will move damaged records to an area designated for cleaning and drying. You will then proceed to cover a table or flat surface with plastic if it is not water resistant, along with absorbent paper such as paper towels. If you have some old towels, you can also spread them on the table because this will help with absorbing the water. If you have dry records, please ensure that you don't store them in tight containers. They would have been in a wet room, so the paper would absorb the water vapors in the atmosphere, and by putting them in plastic bags or boxes, you will encourage mold growth. So you'll put them in a plastic crate loosely, and then you will store them in a dry area. Another stabilizing measure we're going to look at is air drying. So, air drying is a low-cost in-house salvaging technique for drying damp or wet records. We will now look at how you air dry saturated files. So do not open the file folder or try to separate the sheets. Place the files flat on the table. You will then allow the water to drain by pressing lightly on the file cover, stroking from the back to the front edge to squeeze out excess water. You will then proceed to place paper towels between the inside of the folder, cover, and the file contents. As the paper towel becomes saturated, you replace them with dry ones, and this process will continue until the file is dry. For partially wet files, you'll open the file folder that's flat on the table and interleave the pages with paper towels every couple of pages. As the towel becomes saturated, you replace them with dry one, and the process continues. I'm going to pause here right now, and my colleagues will demonstrate the steps on how you air dry files.
Good afternoon. My name is Euron James. I'm the Senior Conservator of the Jamaica Archives. I'm going to show you now how to interleave a file and also to put documents on blotting paper to get the water out so you can salvage your documents. Blotting paper is special paper we use in the archives when we're doing salvaging. If you don't have blotting paper, you use non-print newspaper, which is sold at the Gleaner Company. So you can also use that, or you buy blotting paper. The blotting paper is expensive, so for schools and other entities, the non-print newspaper would be easy for you to get. Okay, so I'll show you how you start doing that now. This is a completely saturated file. As Ms. Vassal said, you'll put it down first, and you'll press from the spine out to get the water to flow to the front, right? This was taken out of water already, so what I'll do now, I'll show you what they call interleaving. So you'll get your hand towel. This is a basic hand towel that's sold in supermarkets, right? So you'll tear them in sheets the size of your document, and then you'll open your documents and interleave. You can't interleave single sheets, so as you can get them up, you'll just put them in until they start drying out, then you can start separating them one by one. If you start to take them off one by one, they'll start to tear, and you're going to lose your document. I'm using what they call a spatula. So you'll open a document. First, you pull the document apart. So for the treasure tag, we'll cut it and get rid of it. If you keep it in, it's going to tear the documents, okay? All right. So you get your hand towel. You put it down. And the file must be kept in order. If you're going to pull it apart fully, try to get the number on it so you can put it back in order when it's finished drying, okay? Then you put down another hand towel. And you'll do this for the rest of the file. Leave it in an open area in a cool place and it will air dry. If you don't have an open area, you'll get fans. When you get the fans, you plug them in, turn so it circulates in the air, not on the document. If it blows on the document is going to be torn. So you turn the fan up in the air for the air to circulate in the room, and it'll dry the documents. If you have an air condition, that's much easier, because you just leave it there, and that will dry the water out. Each time you go and check, and the hand towel is totally wet, you'll take it out, discard it, and put it in a drier one. And that will get the water oil documents completely. Okay? So this was totally saturated. For a file that is not saturated, you can do it leaf by leaf. So this file is not totally saturated. So you'll do the same thing here. Get rid of your treasure tags. Place your sheet down. First document comes up. Put it over. See, because it's not totally saturated, you can take up leaf by leaf, it won't be torn that easily. And you'll repeat for every sheet of paper, leave it out, and it will air dry. So that's the difference between a totally saturated file and one that's partially wet. Okay? Remember, you can't dry your documents in the sunlight. It's going to damage the documents, you're going to lose it. Once the sun gets to it, it's going to become brown, start to get brittle, and break. Okay? So no drying in the sun. If you don't have a space inside, you order tents, open the tents up, place them under there, and air dry them under there. Okay. Ms. Russell? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so now we're going to look at how do you air dry books. So with books, you'll place the book flat on the table. You will insert the paper towel between the covers and the fly sheet, and then you will interleave every couple of pages. Once the paper towel is saturated, you will replace it with dry ones, and you will continue this process until the book is dry. For books that are partially wet, you'll place the book to stand on its opposite end to reduce sagging. For oversized books, they can be dried flat or slightly sloped. When air drying, remember to maintain air circulation using fans. You should freeze large volumes of wet records to prevent mold growth within 24 to 48 hours. And of course, always consult conservation professionals. So we're going to pause again, and Mr. James will show you the process for air drying books.
So you work in a library, and flooding has taken over all your books. Once you're totally saturated, you do the same thing that we did a while ago with the totally saturated file. You'll insert your hand towels, as Ms. Vassa said, between the cover and your fly sheet. And every few pages that you can lift over, you insert in between them until it starts drying out. Then you can pull them page by page. If it's not totally saturated and you're going to air dry them, like a book like this, you'll open it up and you'll circulate, and they'll dry the leaves inside. If they're very big volumes, probably get some blocks and lean against the blocks so it doesn't hurt the spine of the book and the book fall forward. That book is going to be damaged. So you lean it back like this on the blocks, and it will air dry with the air circulation with the fans or normal air circulate around it. So that's what we do for total saturated books, or books that are somewhat dry. Okay?
So now we'll be looking at how do we stabilize mold-affected records. So first, you will need to isolate mold-affected records immediately. So mold spores will produce rapidly, and they will contaminate the other records in their vicinity. So it's important that you isolate them. It's also important that you use personal protective equipment, such as N95 masks, gloves, eyewear, and disposable coats. You should also reduce humidity below 50% using fans and dehumidifiers. For large volumes of mold-affected records, freezing is recommended. For a small amount of mold-affected records, apply ethyl alcohol using a spray bottle and allow to air dry. When dry, use a soft brush and remove the mold. Before any treatment is done, always consult a conservation professionals. Mr. James will now show you this process.
I could not bring a molded document to the function, okay? So I'll just demonstrate what you do if it's a molded document. All right. So say, for instance, you get in and the file has mold on it. What you do, you get your 100% ethyl alcohol. You spray. It's totally saturated. You place it on your hand towel. And then you put another on top. And for each molded document, you do it that way. Okay? If you have too much molded documents, you cannot attack them at the same time. So, do that demonstration, right? The molded documents, the wrapping and storage. Okay, all right. Oh, all right. After the document is fully dried out, all right? You'll get your brush, because part of it will be left on there with the mold, but it's dead now. It cannot affect you anymore. You'll brush the document slightly, not too hard, because you might tear the document up. Brush it off slightly with your brush, and as it gets clean, you'll put it back in a new file folder, and you can use your documents. Because it'll be A-OK, because alcohol will have killed the mold, and it will dry out and gone. Now, once it's dry, it's not active anymore. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So another stabilizing measures that is recommended is freezing. So air drying may not be possible for all affected records due to time, space, and staff limitations. You would have seen with Hurricane Melissa that some persons they would lose their homes. You have impassable roads, and also lack of communication. So by freezing the record, you will prevent further deterioration of the record. You should, when you're going to send the records to freezer facility, you should wrap files, books individually in wax paper to prevent them from freezing together. You will place the crate on its side and pack files and books on top of each other, spine down, to prevent warping. When the crate is full, return it to its upright position. Ensure that you label the crates appropriately with waterproof ink, and use a freezer capable of reaching temperatures below -10 degrees Fahrenheit. So now Mr. James will show you how you pack for freezing.
So you go into your organization, everything is totally wet. Some starts getting mold. You can't save everything at once. So you're going to prepare now to put them into a freezer. First you get your wax paper. No, my head. After you put it in the wax paper, you'll get your cling wrap, and you're going to wrap it. So, because if you put them all together, they're going to freeze and stuck together. So you wrap them in the cling wrap after. After securing the file with your wax paper and your cling wrap, you'll get your crate. Sorry. You place the crate on the side, and you put your file in. And for each one you do, you add them in until the crate is full. You stand the crate up, and then it's ready to ship to the freezer. Okay? You cannot save all the records at once. You're going to lose records if you try to do that. So for a freezer, you'll either rent an industrial freezer, get a reefer container, and if you have freezers at school, you can probably use those because at that point you'll have no meat and stuff in them. Okay? So you just place records in there. And then you take them about one day by day and work on them to salvage them. You have generators. But that's how you'll do it to save your records, okay? Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so the final stabilizing measures that you're going to look at is documentation. So to ensure accountability and authenticity of the records, you should maintain records of all the items removed, treatment applied, so whether it was air drying, freezing, or even mold remedial treatment. You should also document all the temporary storage locations and all the personnel involved in the process. Moving on to training and awareness. It is recommended that training be conducted annually with simulation exercise carried out every 2 years to ensure sustained preparedness and operational readiness. Some of the training topics that staff can be trained on includes identifying risk to paper records, safe handling of damaged records, emergency packaging procedures, and mold prevention awareness. The Jamaica Archives and Records Department, we do conduct sensitized sessions on disaster preparedness, and we also do simulation exercising on how to air dry records when they're wet. Records restoration techniques. So after a hurricane, the records that are affected by water, they will normally become damaged. And in some cases, books will warp. That is, they bend and twist out of shape. So if you have any records that are in that condition, you can contact the Jamaica Archives or Records Department, and our conservator will guide you on how to, on this process. So a post-incident incident review is done at the end of every disaster. You need to identify what you did right, what you did wrong, and what you need to improve on. You will also look at the effectiveness of the response. Were there adequate storage conditions? Were there any gaps in the vital records identification? Was the training effective? And also, did you have the enough resource available to deal with the disaster? Okay, what are some of the key takeaways? So time is critical. The first 24 to 48 hours after water exposure are crucial to prevent mold growth and permanent deterioration. You should stabilize before attempting full recovery. The primary goal is to halt further damage, not immediately restore records to perfect condition. It is important to maintain proper documentation, and the health of safety come first. So it's essential that you use appropriate PPE when handling wet or contaminated records. And finally, always engage a professional to assist you in this process. Thank you. Are we going to look at the scenarios? Okay, go ahead. So we have two scenarios that we're going to do this afternoon. The first one is flooded registry after a hurricane. So you're going to identify the priority records and list the first 5 actions. Scenario 2, mold detected in personal files. Determine response steps and identify preventative controls. You have 10 minutes. Okay, you have 5 more minutes. How is everything going so far? Okay, time is up. Okay, which table want to take scenario 1? Scenario 1. Who has scenario 1? Yeah.
Do I stand beside you or?
2 of us.
Yes, I can just start.
Identify yourself first.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacey Ann Price Small, and I'm from Whitfield Primary and Infant School.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Laing, and I'm from the Charlie Smith High School. Yes. All right. So we got scenario 1.
Mm-hmm.
So flooded registry after a hurricane, and we are to identify priority records, and we're also to list the first 5 actions.
Okay.
So for priority records, those would definitely include like your legal documents,
Like your contracts, license, payroll, HR, data and policies.
And your audits and so on as well. So anything that has to do with like operations, so also like your privacy, your policies and procedures, and your key reports, you also want to make sure, because you want to get back into operations as quickly as possible.
Stabilizing records immediately.
Yes, so we're going to go into the steps in regards to the actions that we would take, the first 5 actions. So the first one, as was mentioned before, you have a flood, you want to make sure that you want to ensure security and ensure that the area is secured. So you want to make sure that you're wearing your proper PPE and so on. You don't want to go run in and get electrocuted and all these other things, because the job definitely not pay you enough for that. You also want to stop the source and prevent further damage. So you don't want to just run in and the place is still being flooded and you have not tried to at least stop the water from coming in, because it may cause further damage and so on. You also want to shut down any, probably the water. You want to lock off your waters and shut down any electrical grids or anything like that to prevent any, as I said before, any electrocution. Because we don't want ton fried chicken. All right. So we're going to conduct rapid damage assessment. So you want to identify records, affected records, and you want to check the level of damage. So you want to see if it is the documents are damped or wet fully. So then we can take the necessary steps that the gentleman was demonstrating earlier on to ensure that our documents are preserved as best as possible. And also want to contact our relevant authorities to make sure that they have, they guide us along the way. That would be our JARD.
Representatives.
Yes, representatives. We want to stabilize records immediately. So move records to dry, ventilated areas. As was mentioned before, you don't want to put them out in any sun because the sun is going to turn the documents brown. You want to, if you don't have an indoor area, you can get tents and so on, put outside and have these documents go through the procedure. And our fifth and final is to initialize the recovery and documentation process. So you want to prioritize critical records first, begin drying and cleaning and digitalization process. So we want to ensure that the digitalization process is to prevent any damage from any records or data in the future because it's going to be on your digital storage device. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Which table is going to take scenario 2?
Good afternoon, everyone. The name is Carmelita Harrison. I'm from Financial Services Commission.
And I'm Fern Townsend from the ICT Authority.
Right, and we're representing that great table. It's not numbered, but wave. Yes. And the table behind did say I should mention broom. I will. So, what is scenario? Scenario 2. Oh, okay, so mold detected in personnel files, determine our response steps, and we're going to identify preventative control. All right, so we're going to assess the volume of records and the type of records, and we'll note that they are personnel records, so they are vital records. They are? Vital records. All right. And so they are tier 1 records. All right? So we're also going to assess our safety risk, right? Because we're not going to just run in, right? You saw Mr. James in his hazmat suit and the works, right, and we're going to follow suit, the N95 mask and the gloves and all of that, right? And the spatula, and the broom if necessary. All right? And so we are going to assess the environmental conditions. We're going to also ensure that we have our PPE, right? And we made special note that is the alcohol is not just a regular alcohol. We all know what type of alcohol it is.
100%.
100%. No. We're also going to ensure that we have our crates, our blotting paper, our non-print paper, our cling wrap, our wax paper, mold, spatula, and the freezer, and we're going to try get some generators. Right.
And ensure that we have someone to document the process.
Right. All right, so we're going to retrieve the documents and we're going to prepare the files, right? So we're going to get the folding table, and we already have our equipment that we are in, right? And so we're going to cut the treasury tags. You remember that step? Right, we're going to cut the treasury tags. We're going to have the spray bottle ready, right? And we're going to get the wax paper ready and the cling wrap, right? And you remember that step? Yes.
The blotting
and
paper.
the blotting paper. And we're going to have the crate ready, right? And how should you turn the crate? Excellent, excellent. All right, and where possible, we're going to consult JARD, right? We must. Sorry. And I have the must here, you know, you must consult JARD. Must consult JARD for preservation and conservation, right? Right, and definitely we are going to, with JARD's help, we're going to conduct a post-incident review after the disaster. Important, right? So what are some of the preventative controls? Training and sensitization. Agreed? Yeah, assess your storage areas. So we're not going to store any records under any basement. Right? We're going to ensure that we update or ensure that we have a BC plan, right? The business continuity plan. You must have that, right? Ensure that you have most, if not all, of your PPE in storage, right?
And one of the things you need to do, like May is coming up now, you start preparing for hurricane. So you need to get your equipment and items ready.
Right. And it's coming from an expert. She got the award earlier. You saw her? Right. We're going to ensure that we have an active retention policy and schedule. Right? Definitely. And have an active retention policy and schedule in keeping with the recommendation from JARD. And they did say you must have an inventory of all the records that you have. Because at that time, you can't go use your head. For remember, you did have 60 employees, so you need 60 personnel file. You're going to ensure you have it. And we are also going to push for digitization.
Right? And shared drive is very, very important. Rather than have everything in files and folders, you can condense and put them on shared drives.
Right, coming from an expert.
Using SharePoint.
Right. So our time was done. So if we have left out anything, I know you'll share it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Great job. It showed that you were paying attention very, very keenly. Thank you very much.
I was hoping for another exercise. I was having so much fun. So we just want to thank Ms. Vassell, Mr. James's assistant, for the demonstration that you gave us, and just thank all of you for participating. And we know our next speaker is Mr. Danig Chambers, the Senior Conservation Officer of the Audiovisual Unit, who will discuss safeguarding audiovisual records in the event of water-related disasters.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Danig Chambers, and this afternoon I will be speaking on safeguarding audiovisual records in the event of water-related disasters. By the end of this presentation, we anticipate to achieve a number of objectives whereby participants should be able to define and identify audiovisual records, list some benefits of audiovisual records, understand what is conservation and preservation,
understand what the water-related disasters impact on audiovisual records, know risk mitigation strategies and adaptive approaches pre- and post-water-related disasters, implement procedures for stabilization of affected audiovisual records, and to execute preliminary treatment and stabilization for water and chemical damage audiovisual records. Now, what are audiovisual records? Audiovisual records are material, and please pay keen attention to this keyword, material, that convey information through sound, sight, or both, captured on various media formats. They document events, activities, or communications through motion picture, film, video recording, still photographs, sound recordings, graphic works, and digital media, which often requires using specialized equipment to view or hear. Now let us look at types of audiovisual records. Audiovisual records consist of both traditional and non-traditional types. And these are broadly categorized into three types. The audio records, and this depends on a single sense, that is, they can only be heard. An example of such is CDs, vinyl, audio cassettes. For visual records, these can be understood by observing the visual aspect of any object. These materials provide experiences near to reality, such as pictures, charts, posters, trophies, plaques, and models. For the third, the audio and visual records. These can be seen and heard simultaneously as they translate abstract concepts and ideas into more realistic formats, integrating both sound and visual components. Examples, CDs, DVDs, and videotapes, etc. We will now look at types of traditional audio-visual records, and these are what we are most familiar with. Some of us may, based on our job function, may use them, and if we don't use them either in creating audiovisual records or utilize them any at all, we see them. For the non-traditional audiovisual records, and for these types of records, they are not easily identified by the untrained minds. For these categories of records, they can be described as being rare, and in often cases, they are customized. And this is an example of such. We have here Jamaica Crystals, an award whereby an average person would not look at this type of material and say it's audio-visual, it's a visual record. Here is another example. Many of us would be familiar with, of course, the Air Jamaica serving utensils or Chinaware. And again, the average person would not look at these and say, yes, they are audiovisual records. But they are indeed such. Now, for the benefits of audiovisual records, they create concrete learning experiences, aiding in better understanding of information, knowledge acquisition, which assists learners in obtaining facts and knowledge. They provide in-depth understanding as AV materials promote a deeper application of concept. And also, they enhance cultural preservation, safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, including oral traditions, music, etc. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would look at the definition of audiovisual records, the types being traditional and non-traditional, but, and there is a but, as audiovisual records in a lot of cases are overlooked. They are easily overlooked because in most cases we tend to use paper, or we work with paper types of records. And so earlier when I said to note a key word in the description where it says material, many persons just look at audiovisual records as just being material. And to just elaborate on why that may be so, as I said, as I said earlier, in instances, for example, I'll share with you of why I said this. When the JAR team, following the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and the JAR team would visit entities in the western and regional sections of the island, we identified that a lot of persons only can relate to paper-based records. For example, when the team would conduct our on-the-spot survey, approximately 100% of respondents, when we would ask, or when we would inquire if there are audiovisual records among their collection, we would get often in a confirmative tone, a no. And oftentimes when we do, as the saying would go, a few minutes later, when we would undertake our walkthrough, that is when we are discovering or identifying audiovisual records. And in most cases, these are plaques or trophies at most entities, but the employees are not able to make that connection with them. And so we have heard comments or whispers when we would identify and such of, are them the audiovisual records? And persons would also come to me behind my colleagues' back, because I would speak on audiovisual records, to say, oh, I did not know that plaques or trophies are considered audiovisual records. So I'm saying all of this to say that we need to continue to resensitize persons on the significance and the importance of these types of records. And because, in fact, audiovisual records are the most vulnerable types of records to natural disasters or water-related disasters, as once we lose audiovisual records, they are irreplaceable. While we can easily replicate and duplicate paper-based records, it is very difficult to do so with audiovisual records. So I implore entities to just sensitize persons on audiovisual records and their importance. Now we will look at two terms that are commonly used interchangeably among RIM practitioners, mostly in archival environment. And to just, for persons who are not familiar with the term, to bring them up to speed. So for conservation, this is a process of performing physical treatments to repair, restore, and stabilize damaged or deteriorated records to prolong their lifespan and maintain their original format and integrity. However, on the other hand, preservation speaks to a broader and encompasses preventative actions like controlling temperature, humidity, protecting from pests, and ensuring proper storage to minimize deterioration. Let us now segue into looking at water-related disasters' impact on audiovisual record. Inaccessibility is one such. Even if not completely destroyed, disasters often damage or destroy specialized playback equipment required to view or listen to audiovisual records. It can cause institutional and cultural loss of irreplaceable historical footage, oral, historical, and national memory, which create gaps in documentary of key events and cultural practices. Also, water exposure. This is a major threat which could lead to mold growth, dissolving photo emulsion, which causes tapes, photographs, posters to stick together, leading to ink running or image distortion. And that's, well, an image of a mold-impacted VHS tape. I hope you can see it clearly. But that is what is faced when water, one of the possible risks that is faced when this type of record, AV record, comes in contact with water. The other image is an image of an impacted by vinegar syndrome of a film. Now, for chemical decay and impact, after a disaster, if storage environments are not immediately stabilized, material can succumb to vinegar syndrome, as I had showed earlier, and that is acid decay in film and sticky shed syndrome in magnetic tapes. To provide you with a deeper understanding of what I'm referring to regarding chemical decay, for vinegar syndrome, this is a type of chemical decay where acetate film breaks down, releasing acetate acid, and this gives a vinegar smell which is rather unpleasant. This causes the material to shrink or warp and to become brittle. And this affects records such as motion picture film, film reels, and photographic negatives. For the sticky shed syndrome, this happens when the binder, that is the glue that holds magnetic particles on tapes, absorb moisture and breaks down. The tapes become sticky and with shed materials and may squeal or stop working during playback. And of course, if we identify any type of sticky shed syndrome, we would not insert that in a playback machine in the first instance. But this affects audio reel-to-reel tapes, cassette tapes, videotapes such as VHS and Betacam and U-matic. We will now look at the mitigation strategies and adaptive approaches pre-water-related disasters. And one of the first strategies to be implement is for the development of inventory and register of all audiovisual records, and that is electronic and hard copy. And for the minimum, just the minimum, at least an inventory must be developed. And there is a difference between both of them, as in an inventory normally just indicate maybe like a running number or a counting number and the name of the record and where it is stored, while the register consists of more metadata on the record. Maybe it could indicate such as maybe if the record is copyright protected, if there are, if it was digitized, the date of digitization, the surrogate, where they are stored, etc. So there is a difference. And I'm emphasizing this because when I'm referring back to when the team visited the various institutions, no one was able to produce us when they were able to provide a listing of their paper record. When we would ask for the audiovisual records, we were not able to get none. So it is very important that as I said, for the minimum, an inventory should be done. As what we saw, we would like go into the different various sections of the building, and you're seeing trophies or cabinets with the institution collections of trophies. Just there in the open elements, because of course the roof would have gone, and sometimes in other cases we are seeing them on the ground, plaques in boxes. We are finding actually, because as I spoke to earlier, there's persons that just see them as material and not records when they are in fact records. So the other strategy or adaptive approach is if you identify where records are on display, you would remove them from walls, shelves, and glass cabinets. It is important for them to be packaged, labeled, and stored in waterproof packages. And we know our reality. We may not have the resources during an event or before an event. And so you could take measures such as even using regular boxes and garbage bags to package and secure your records so that the elements don't damage those, or water do not impact those. That's just one practical approach that persons can employ. And of course, you would label such as you wouldn't want it to be discarded in case of anything. Another strategy is to always store audiovisual records away from windows and doors, and that is a general day-to-day practice, not only during upcoming or impending crisis, as ultraviolet light can affect audiovisual records easily. For these records, and most all records, you never store these records on the floor, and we do not stock audiovisual records on top of each other. So in the event of that we are impacted in the future, and God forbid, we wouldn't want that, but we know sometimes it's inevitable. As a risk mitigation strategy and adaptive approach for post-water related disasters, as my colleagues would have mentioned earlier, and the similar approach would be taken in terms of wearing our protective gears before trying to retrieve records from water damaged areas. We would assess the condition and accessibility of storage areas before removing records for our safety. And the use, so it goes back to the use of the inventory and records in order to account for all audiovisual records. Remember, we don't want to leave these types of records behind, as they are very vulnerable and fragile. All right. The other is, once the records are retrieved, we would assess the condition of records to determine if conservation intervention is required. And of course, we would document all stabilization treatment activities, such as the who, the what, the when, and where. For the procedures for stabilization of affected audiovisual records, the immediate stabilization, or the first step, is to isolate affected items to prevent spreading of maybe fungus in the form of mold. Remove records to a cool, dry, well-ventilated area, and reduce humidity to below 50%. The other is drying the materials. For this procedure, you would air dry items using fan or dehumidifiers, and never seal moldy items in plastic bags. And we would ensure items are completely dry before undertaking any type of cleaning. Sound cleaning procedures for audio-visual records differ based on formats. So it's not one cap that fits all. And so therefore, cleaning of magnetic tapes, audio and visual, film, reels and negatives, and photographs, these are delicate undertaking and should be carried out only by a conservation specialist. We will now look at preliminary treatment guidelines for water and chemical damage audiovisual records. For optical media, such as CDs and DVDs, we would rinse, depending on the severity, with distilled water. And that is the recommended type of water in archives or in records management in general. However, even though it is the recommended type of water, in case it is not readily accessible, then we could use purified water. And purified because it is not recommended for archival purposes to use tap or pipe water, as we call it, as it has chlorine, and we don't use those on these special and fragile types of records. Continuing, we would use a dry, soft, lint-free cloth, and we would wipe from the center outwardly, and we also avoid scratching the surface of these records. Where the chemical damage is concerned, we will keep away from heat and sunlight and store in their protective cases. Now for vinyl, you would rinse, again, depending on the severity, with distilled water, and we would air dry vertically and avoid scratching surfaces. And air drying vertically mean we could put them outside, but outside under using tarpaulins or tents. And of course, you don't allow the sunlight, which has ultraviolet rays, to penetrate these types of records, or any types of records, audiovisual records. For the magnetic tapes, that's audio and visual, such as the reel-to-reel, VHS, and U-matic and Betacam, we would rinse with distilled water, especially if exposed to dirty and salt water. We would dry tapes vertically in moving air, meaning they can be placed outside under tents or tarpaulin. And an important reminder is do not play until fully dry. For the chemical damage aspect, we would place tapes in a controlled low heat environment of what is considered baking. For our memorabilia and artifacts such as trophies and plaques, those we would sanitize using isopropyl alcohol of a strength between 70 to 91%, and we would never apply directly to the surfaces or surface of these types of records. We would apply it we would damp the cloth with same, and we would wipe gently with a soft, damped, lint-free cloth. For wooded surfaces, you would use soft brush or rubber sponge. And a very important point is to never just apply any type of solution to audiovisual records at once. You would test a small area and you wait to see the reaction, if there will be, just to see if there will be any chemical reaction to the record. If there is none, then we proceed in applying it. So that's alcohol or water. And important also is to avoid bleach, vinegar, household cleaners, as they can cause long-term damage. For film, that's motion picture film and negatives, if it is impacted by water damage, you would rinse gently to remove dirt using, again, distilled water. We would keep film wet temporarily. Do not allow to dry dirty. You'd air dry in cool, dust-free space and separate stock wheels carefully. Reels carefully. where chemical decay is identified in these types of records. That is the vinegar syndrome. We would isolate affected films immediately, store in cold, low humidity conditions, use ventilated archival containers, example, Gaylord vented polypropylene cans. Mrs. Kamok, did I make the correct pronunciation? All right. For our photographs, we would rinse those gently to remove dirt using distilled water, and we would air dry using line and plastic pins. And of course, when pinning those, we pin by just a tip of the record. For the emergency measure, and this applies to most formats, not all. Freezing, and one exception is photographs. We do not freeze photographs, so that's an exception. Freezing can stop further damage, especially after floods. Also, this buys time before proper restoration. And I have a lot of important points, right? Importantly, you should never should deeper conservation intervention be required, that is severe damage is identified, you would please contact the audiovisual unit for further guidance. We will now have an activity whereby we will demonstrate cleaning procedures and just a number of our audiovisual records. All right, so we will start with a vinyl record. For these, you would apply, as I had mentioned earlier, any solution. So Mr. William is using distilled water, applying distilled water in the first instance to clean the record. And he's using a special technique such as wiping outwardly, from the center outwardly. And you flip on the other side and continue the procedure. If a mole was detected or is on the record, or if it was exposed to water contaminants, then you could also apply the alcohol for sanitization purpose. So that's just a basic technique that we will use when cleaning a vinyl record. For a trophy, we'd use a brush to gently remove any lint or any type of right, so this is a procedure of how we care for our trophies. If they are mold, then we would apply the alcohol to a cloth to test a small area, a cloth. Just test a small area before we apply for sanitization purpose, if mold is detected. So he applied it, and we are not seeing any adverse reaction. So, of course, we'll proceed. Yeah, I think that's it. Now, a reminder for the more fragile types of audiovisual records, such as your film, Betacam, U-matic, photographs. Those require specialized cleaning. And so, if you have those, right. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
So we just want to thank Mr. Chambers for the guidelines on how we take care of our audiovisual records. And remember, the materials is not just the audio cassette and the videos, but it's the trophies and the plaques. Those are part of our audiovisual records. Now, before we get to the question and answers, our final speaker for today, and I'm sure you've heard his name many a times since morning, Mr. Banks, the Manager of Information Systems at JARD, to speak on safeguarding digital records in the event of water-related disasters.
Good afternoon again, everybody. You guys are all tired? Well, let's try to liven it up a little bit. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about our digital records, because we saw all about our paper records, all our audiovisual files. What you guys think about it? You guys learned anything new? Yes. Okay, that's good to hear. Hopefully you guys learn some more, so keep your ear open and the notebooks, open them, keep writing. So, all right. So, my name is Richard Banks, Manager Information Systems at the Jamaica Archives and Records Department. Now, following Hurricane Melissa, we noticed a whole lot of gaps and so on regarding safeguarding our electronic records, including even the paper records, audiovisual records. You heard about those, but I'm talking about electronic records right now. We're talking about our emails, our Word files, our PowerPoint presentations. And so, after this training, you should be able to explain the importance of electronic records, identify the key risks to records, and even the ICT equipment that we use and access them, because that is just as important. Yes. Also, we should be able to apply measures to protect records before a disaster. You know, our pre-disaster checklist that we all do. Do any of us have that? Can I get a show of hands who have a pre-disaster checklist at their organization regarding the safeguarding of electronic files? Not much? Well, we'll be developing those soon, right? Right? All right. So, following Hurricane Melissa, it exposed critical vulnerabilities in records management, where electronic records were inaccessible, they are not backed up. Even if they are backed up, in some cases, the ICT equipment is not secured, which means you cannot access it. So the backups are essentially, I wouldn't say useless, but not useful at the time and not good for business continuity. All right. So, defining electronic records. So, these are our documents, our Office 365 documents. So, we have our Microsoft Word, we have the PowerPoint, Excel, you have all these sort of files, so your memos, your so on, your attendance registers, and so on. These are part of the document. So, after that, now we have the emails. You guys use your own individual email clients. You have the Outlook, you have the Gmail, all of you guys use a specific email client. And these emails are extremely important as well. Extremely important electronic records. Now, we have our databases. With some entities, you guys cannot even function without your databases. For example, you have the Tax Administration of Jamaica. If they didn't have a database on who is owing tax, how would you know? How would you know who owes the tax, correct? No, you wouldn't know. And you guys have your various databases that you guys use. They might not be as complex as some of these places. You guys may use something as simple as a Excel, or for the more old-fashioned persons, Microsoft Access. Yes. Also, we talked about the audiovisual records just now. I'm talking about some of these now, but these that we were talking about earlier are actually analog records, where the information is stored on tape and so on. In this case, I'm talking about your digital records. So we're talking about our MP3s, our MP4s, that's video. Yes. And also our FLAC, you have a whole lot of file types regarding audiovisual content based on what you want to do. Yes, JPEG and all of that. Thank you so much. All right, so why are these records so important? So these records are the backbone of government operations, especially in the time when we are having everything digitally. Everything is online nowadays. Every single thing. And it is getting, and it's just going to get more, we're phasing out the paper records eventually. Once you guys are up to date with the RIM, right, Mrs. Litchmore? Not exactly. However, we're moving to the electronic side. So it's very, 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 very important we know how to safeguard these records and also the equipment that is used to access and also store these records. All right. And as you guys see right here, when the records are available, operations do not slow down, they break down. All right. So let's talk about the dependence on the ICT equipment. You may have heard me speak about it just a while ago regarding the ICT equipment. I'm talking about your computers that you use every day to send your emails. You use it to write your documents and so on, and your Excel files. Also, it's not only the computers. We have other storage media and so on, like our flash drives, external drives, network attached storages used for long-term backup. And also, we have to speak about our servers as well. And that's what allows us to remain connected and work together, so we're not, especially that they're not in silos. So these especially are extremely important to safeguard. All right, so traveling throughout Western Jamaica, as you guys have heard before, the JAD team traveled all over Western Jamaica, in the north and south as well, to assess MDAs that are hit by the Hurricane Melissa, that had their records severely impacted. So what we realize walking through these entities, a lot of the times, no backups. And even if there's a backup, the backup is not current. Yes. So sometimes that's a huge issue. So I'm going to speak about it later, but let me say it from now. Constant backups is a must. All right. Also, the next thing, poor saving habits. Now, when I talk about poor saving habits, I mean, have you guys ever worked on a document and you've gone, leave it, and something happened? Something happened, the light went out and so on, and you lost the document? That is poor saving practices. Please, we need to practice better saving practices. Regarding saving, it's good to turn on your auto-save. And if you don't have it available at the time, because I know that some persons might not have that fancy technology like that, just Control S or click save. It doesn't take any time. Also, water damage due to poor storage of the ICT equipment. So, as they were speaking earlier, that table down there, don't put any records in basement, all of that. That's regarding to the water damage and so on. No, not necessarily the server, but all ICT equipment. Also, we'll get on that later too. Also, our single storage location, saving our files one place. Have you guys? I know that you guys heard about the 321, right? All right, it sounds like a lot of you have heard it. How many of you guys are actually enforcing 321 or actually practicing 321? Can I get a show of hands? We are getting to it. We're gonna get to it. Don't worry ahead. We're getting to it. Don't worry. We're getting to it. We're getting to it. All right. So until we get to 321, let me continue. Now, lessons learned walking through these entities. Many of these losses are preventable, very much preventable, based on these poor habits that we see amongst these NDAs. So these losses are very preventable. Also, preparedness was inconsistent. Simple protection measures were not applied. Simple things that I was speaking about earlier, like saving, just doing your auto-save and so on. These are simple things that can help you big time. Yes, I'm getting to that as well. Yes, as you guys heard earlier, that saving on your desktop, that is a no-no. Please share drives. Because let's say, even if it's not a disaster, let's say you're out. Your machine is out. All that data on the desktop is local on my desktop. It is local to the computer. It won't be in the cloud unless it's on a shared drive. It must be on a shared drive. So, saving on the desktop, that's a very bad habit. Yes, it's exactly. I like that point. Hold on, say it for me. Hold on, say that one for me again.
It's easily accessible and there's no data protection.
Okay, you guys hear that? Okay. All right, so let's talk about preparing for a disaster. All right, so what's the role of record managers in disaster preparedness? So regarding our electronic records and even our paper records and also our audiovisual records that it seems much persons doesn't know about. You record managers have to lead preparedness regarding safeguarding these records. Regarding electronic records, you liaise with ICT obviously, but you guys take the lead on preparedness regarding these records. Also, the records manager identifies their vital records needed for our business continuity in the event of a disaster so that you guys can be up right away. Right away. Yes. And also, training staff on what you guys have learned at your formal education and other seminars like this, you guys can actually transfer this knowledge back to other staff, because records management is not only the responsibility of record managers and ICT, it's the responsibility of everybody. Yes. All right, so we have our pre-disaster checklist here. What is missing here? What is missing here, Mrs.
Carl Jard. We have too much people, let's up. All right. Let me see if my eyes will be with me. You're save files, your back data, and your
ICT.
Oh, so the only thing leave is what? Carl Jard. No, sir.
And you know, I thought you guys would have known. But that's why I'm stressing it so much. That's why I didn't put it. Carl Jard. Yes, I didn't put it on purpose because I thought you guys would have known. No, but you guys know one is missing, and it's to Carl Jard regarding your preparations and even afterwards, especially afterwards. Carl Jard. You want the email at grc@jar.gov.jm. Let me repeat it for the persons online. grc@jar.gov.jm. You should get a speedy response. No, you will. You will. All right. So we're gonna check off all these things together to prepare ourselves for the disaster. Right? All right, so firstly, we enforcing our good practices. We turning on our autosave. We save frequently if the autosave is unavailable. As in some cases where you guys may not use a version of Office 365, let's say you guys use a older Microsoft Word, such as in the schools. I recognize this is common in the schools. So saving frequently helps when you don't have the autosave feature. It helps big time. Also, I spoke about this earlier, using shared drives. We cannot stress this enough. And as much as we stress it, people continue to save files on the desktop and other parts on the local machine. Please save your files on the shared drives. Example, you go on vacation. Nobody can access your file. Yes, if it's on a shared drive, someone else can work on it. And that helps business continuity. Not even in a case of disaster, but you have a lot of other cases. See, I gave you 3 instances why the shared drives are so important. I hope we bring this home and we follow through with it. No, I don't even have to say this one. Avoiding storing critical files on the desktop. You guys heard so much about this one. Now, regarding shared files and so on, I understand that sometimes you may have multiple versions of a file because multiple persons are working on it and everybody has their part and so on. Therefore, proper file naming and version control are extremely important. Because even if you back up these and you can be able to access these and so on, unless it has a proper name and the version control, you maybe end up disseminating wrong information, as the version could be an old document. Or you simply cannot find it because no proper file name. And while it doesn't help business continuity, it really slows it down. I wouldn't say it stops, but it slows it down big time. And that is a lot of lost time and a lot of lost productivity for the government of Jamaica. And that's what they're trying to get out. Please, file naming and version control. Also, do not rely on a single copy of an important record. So that's where the 3-2-1 comes in. Yes. But we'll definitely get into it. We'll get into it soon. So yes, so for the persons who may not know where the autosave is, it's normally at the top ribbon bar, at any Microsoft Office application. So, you can see it right there. Yes. So, under that, I actually showed a sample shared drive. This is normally a local shared drive that's hosted on a server. I know that some of you may use SharePoint or Google Drive or so on. Those are the cloud-based shared drives. So this is one of the more old-fashioned ones. These are the local ones. So this is how it would usually look. So you see it's a complete different drive from the C drive, which is usually your local hard drive. Okay. All right, so we have saved our files. We can tick that off. You guys agree? All right, good. All right, let's talk about the 3-2-1, like what my friend is so interested in. So, a reliable backup strategy requires multiple copies of records across different storage media, including physical and cloud-based storage media. Now, this helps us in terms of redundancy, where if for some reason, let's say you have your files backed up at the office is flooded, you have off-site backups or on the cloud that you can access your files. So that helps us with redundancy. So one backup is generally not enough. So regarding the 3-2-1, let's look at it a little closer. So 3-2-1, you definitely need one primary source of that data and 2 backups. So usually the primary source is kept on the working shared drive and so on, and we have 2 backups off-site or on the cloud, or even both. Both is good. So, and it has to be 3 different copies and 2 different locations and 1 off-site storage. So 2 different storage media. So 3 copies and at least 2 different storage media and 1 off-site backup. Did you need any more clarity regarding the 3-2-1? Are you getting it? Okay, I'm glad to hear. That's what we're here for. So, we backed up the data. You guys agree that we check that off? Yes, we check it off. All right, so next we have to shut down the equipment. So, can someone tell me what's wrong with this photo? Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. I know that everyone would have seen that the computer wasn't properly covered. However, it's right beside a window. That is a major environmental concern. Yes, definitely lovely, but not safe in regards of preparedness for a hurricane. Yes, so shutting down equipment, why does it matter to shut off our equipment? During storms and other natural disasters, we may have some electrical issues like power surges, high voltage, low voltage, which gives us the risk of data corruption, especially if the computer is working or if you're open in a document while you lose power. So it's always good to shut off your ICT equipment before the disaster to secure it. Because it doesn't make any sense you have your backups and you leave these things on and then you cannot access your backups. Alright, so we just shut down our ICT equipment. Now it's time to secure it. Firstly, we need to avoid flood-prone or low-lying areas. Flood-prone areas there are new flood-prone areas every day, because some places that we thought we couldn't, there was no flooding, turns out flooding can occur there. So now we have to reimagine flood-prone or low-lying areas. We have to take a closer look at this. As even if you wrap up everything, you put it in the most secure storage, you can still end up losing them. So you have to think about it on a larger scale. So let's say you have a 2-story building. Because I have seen this in St. James. There's a 2-story building. And the things are upstairs. And everybody would have thought it's safe and everything. And the flooding was so much. It got all the way up there. So really and truly, we have to reimagine flood-prone and low-lying areas. Also, we have to keep equipment from the windows and external walls, as I've mentioned before. Elevate devices above floor level, so no devices on the ground and no directories or anything like that, and tables. Also, we have to look at the areas these machines are stored in. As some places might have high humidity based on the poor ventilation in some areas. So while the air might appear dry, there's a lot of moisture in the air that can actually get in these ICT equipment, and actually when you turn it on, there's a corrosion and so on, and it actually causes the devices to fail based on this moisture. So this is actually very important. We have to avoid the areas with the high humidity. It's not good for paper records, and it's no good for ICT equipment, and the records stored on these storage media also. So now protecting devices and equipment. So for our portable storage, in some cases where we know that the place might be flooded out and so on, we can actually take steps to secure our portable storage devices, such as our USB drives and so on, which is a good backup method in the case of the natural disaster incoming, because I've seen in some cases where you have off-site storage and cloud storage, and there's no communications to access any of these records. So there can be no business continuity unless we have some sort of communications or electricity, which is too many variables that we cannot control or anything like that, which seriously hampers business continuity, because based on these things, communication and so on, some entities are still not up. All right, so we have to ensure we shut down device systems properly, unplug all devices, move equipment to safe, secure areas in our waterproof containers or waterproof Ziploc bags. In the case of a computer, sometimes you can cover it up with a chopper or a garbage bag and tape it around to ensure that it stays on. Yes, that's a very good method of actually securing the ICT equipment. So actually covering them and taping that covering on them, because sometimes the strong winds from especially a hurricane can break the windows and blow this covering away. So it's especially important to tape it up. As you guys can see on this desktop right here, the bag is actually taped on. Yes. No, yes, it's still at a window. So these are just stock images. You guys know that you should not do that. Yes, and hurricane-proof windows are also good. Yes, that's also a very good recommendation. I thank you for that one. Yes. Yes, to bring them down. Yes, those are all good recommendations. I hope that you guys are writing that down. Now, I spoke about the staff responsibility earlier. Everyone protects records, not just ICT, not just RIM staff. Everybody has a role to play to protect these records, because you cannot have ICT, RIM staff going around taping up every computer they see, everything, every equipment, everything, we all have a role to play. So we need to take some accountability in protecting these assets, as you cannot leave it just to the records managers and ICT to do all of this. We have to take some personal responsibility regarding this. All right, so we are ready for the disaster, praying for the best. Yes, we have to pray for the best. No, hurricane come, hurricane gone. Let's look at post-recovery. Let's take a look at post-recovery. Hold on, before I go there, what is missing? Oh, good. No, regarding the recovery of electronic records post-disasters, I'm not going to bring up the steps here. So what is the first step? Good. For the online persons, she said, call JARD. Please call JARD. Let me give you the email again, grc@jard.gov.jm. Email us. You will get a speedy recovery and we'll help you as best as we can. Now, the post-disaster first response. First, we have to do our initial assessments. Initial assessments regarding the damage of the records, identify the vital records that might be there, and so on. Also, it's very important in protecting our equipment after the disaster. Please do not turn on any ICT equipment unless we are certain that it is dry. As sometimes outside might look dry, but based on the storage in high humidity areas and so on, it may be damp inside. And as you know, they are enclosed, so it takes a little while for it to dry inside as opposed to outside. So liaising with ICT before you power on these devices is extremely important. All right, so accessing backups. So first we have to locate our backups, identify all backup locations, whether it is the server, whether it is our network attached storage, whether it's on the cloud, and if it's not on the cloud, it's on the flash drive that Miss Maisie bring home to lock up and seal up to keep it safe, because she knows the office is going to be flooded. Yes, so we have to also ensure that all staff know where the backups are stored for business continuity. Obviously for business continuity purposes, because sometimes Miss Maisie could have been marooned. She could have been marooned, and we need to get that backup elsewhere. So we need to, for business continuity, we definitely need to make sure all staff know where the backups are stored for business continuity. Now, restoring records. I see you guys got a little presentation regarding this earlier. They touched on this. It's restoring essential and priority records first. This is very important for the same business continuity. We are all about business continuity, yes. Yes, we're all about it, and it's very important because the business of the government has to continue. Yes. Yes, and also we have to verify that files are complete and usable, as certain things can happen that can cause the corruption of data. So the verification of this data that you're backing up is extremely important. Also, this can also be a preparatory step, I'd say preparation, in preparation for a disaster. Not even a disaster, every monthly verification of the backups. As ICT doing the backups is not going to always know what you guys are doing, working on specifically. It's always good to verify your backups, so at least you know when, in the case of the worst, you know what is coming. You're not having any surprises. You say, oh my God, this half a file, it corrupt. This is not what I wanted. This is the old one. please verify your backups. I recommend it monthly. Now, for the persons with limited connectivity, as we've seen in Western Jamaica and all over, where some areas still might have limited connectivity regarding communications, internet access, and so on. That's why I was stressing our flash drive, our external hard drives, and so on, our portable storage media. Very, very, very important to have at least an off-site backup and a portable storage media based on these factors. Limited communications and limited electricity access and so on, where you might need to access something somewhere else and the storage may not be as, So, very good to have for your offline access. So, we next have to document, record the impact. What was damaged or lost? What was recovered or restored? What do you think we do after this? Call JARD. Because when we go on these places, when we go to these MDAs, we're not going to know what was damaged or what was lost. You guys have to tell us that. So it's good to know what was damaged or lost or what was recovered or restored before we get there. It would be very helpful. Also, we have to track our actions taken, obviously for accountability reasons. Yes, so we have to track our steps taken during recovery, and also the backup sources used for recovery. And also, we have to maintain accountability of who handled the records, where the records were relocated or stored. Because we have seen some instances where records were moved by non-personnel of that entity or so on, possibly persons who are cleaning up the general area. And it's very good to know where records are relocated and stored for business continuity and for accountability reasons. We don't want to put ourselves in problem. Yes, no problem. So the DPA is very serious. And I'm sure we don't want to put ourselves in any problem around here. So please, we need to keep our documentation up. Just to be on the safe side. Yes. Now, following these steps, we have to evaluate our response. We have to highlight what worked well, what didn't work well, the effectiveness of the actions, what the gaps and the weaknesses that were identified. So let's say you use a backup, let's for example say in Western Jamaica where there is no communications. Some persons only have the backups on the cloud. No, that's a serious gap. Because unless you have connectivity, you cannot access these backups or anything. And that stifles business continuity. Everyone there cussing you, you're on the media, and so on, because of these simple things. Some simple things that you can do to avoid big problem. Also, we have to improve procedures as we go along. Because our disaster recovery plan is not a static document. It's always evolving. It is always evolving. Yes. As these disasters get stronger and stronger, afterwards they have to be evaluated. And additional staff training. So let's look at our key takeaways. So Melissa exposed some serious gaps within records preparedness, especially electronic records preparedness. It showed some serious gaps that we're still crippled with right now, and it needs to be changed. And these simple actions, because a lot of these things I'm telling you are simple actions that any one of us in here can do. It's not rocket science. Any one of us in here can do these simple actions. So it's always good to check out what we can do, our simple actions regarding our autosave, our regular saving if we don't have the autosave, and equipment protection, playing our part. You have your workstation, protect everything. We cannot leave it to ICT, right? Good. Yes, we cannot leave it to ICT. So please, we have to exercise some personal accountability regarding our workspace and so on. It's very important. Now, I have a scenario for you guys right here. So a hurricane warning has been issued. The office is expected to close in 2 days. You are responsible for ensuring that electronic records and ICT equipment are saved before closure. Let me come around and see. I'm not looking for a show of hands. I'm just coming. So, first question. What action should be taken before the office closes? You first.
I ensure that you save the files before closing the computer.
Save them where?
You can save it in a shared file or you put it on an external drive, and you can allow access like another person to know where you're storing the information. So you can share it, but sharing is very important.
Yes. So, regarding that answer, I heard a little part that I have to make a small clarification to. When we share on these portable drives, please ensure it's not your personal portable drives. Definitely, I just have to clarify and make sure. so that if someone hears it, they say, oh, I have a flash drive, I have a external hard drive at home, I can just get up and use it. Wait, not the personal ones, please. Yes, call Jard. When in doubt? When in doubt? Good. All right, so which records should be prioritized?
Vital records.
Vital records? You sure about that one? Okay, that's good. That's good.
Continuity.
Yes, I like that. Okay, I'm satisfied with your answer. Is everyone satisfied with the answer? Good. Now, how should backups be managed over this 2-day period? Let me find someone around here. Bossy.
Yes, sir. 3, 2, 1.
All right. We're going to try this again. Let me go to my 3, 2, 1 expert here. How should the backups be managed over the 2-day period?
Well, we should ensure that they're stored, they're definitely backup on more than one medias. We should have a primary storage offsite that can house the documents, and also they are stored in triplicates.
Triplicates?
Three different versions of the documents. Two. I'm not sure, so I don't. Or I can call Jard.
Well, that's a good answer as well. Now, let me come to my real 3, 2, 1 boss. All right. It seems there are some of us are shy. Are you feeling confident to answer? No. How should backups be managed over the 2-day period?
I wanted number 4.
Oh, you're working with number 4? I'll come back to you then. All right. Let me get a representative from Jard. We're calling Jard right now. Oh, don't call? Okay, Jard tired. I will tell you then. No. The backups, remember, as I said earlier, the backups, all staff should know where the backups are. In recovering the backups, we're restoring the vital records first. Right? Remember, we just talk about it. You know, maybe it's because it's a trick question. All right. Now, I'll get to number 4 now. Let me get back to my get back to you right here. What steps should be taken to secure ICT equipment?
Okay, we can move the computers away from windows. We can cover and tape. Don't just cover. Remove all the equipment from the floor. Power off, power down, yes. And power off and unplug, yes. And ensure that the small things are also covered, not just the monitor face.
Yes, that is good. But, however, you have to plug out before you cover.
In the event that the tarpaulin or the garbage bag might blown off or the windows might break and water come in, use tape to secure the instrument or the item that you used to cover the...
All right. I like that one. Nice answers. I like that you guys are learning. I love it.
And don't store them beside the window. Remove them from the windows.
So let's say this, where would we store this? Would you put it in the corner?
No, because of the humidity, not in the corner. So we're going to bag it up and tape it down and store it off the ground somewhere, maybe in the middle, not in the corner.
Yes, preferably on a table or any other elevated structure and so on that is level and wide enough that if there's any shaking, yes. Not flood prone.
Right, not flood prone area.
Yes. We have to. Good. So, any questions? Any questions from anybody? Any raise of hands? Any questions? Let me check online to see if there's any questions. Seems to be relatively clear. Oh yes, for the questions. Yes, that's good.
Okay. So I'll just stay here because the mic is going to float around. We just want to thank you for the presentation, and we want to thank all the speakers. So as we open the floor for the question and answers, to ensure that it's orderly and respectful, I kindly ask that you wait until the microphone comes to you. So you raise your hand and tell us who wants to speak. We'll bring it to you, state your name, where you're from, and then pose your question. And the question should be clear and concise. And allow the speaker time to respond. We'll do it this way. The persons in-house will ask one, and then we'll take one from online. So who would like to go first? Oh, okay. Mr. Fried Chicken.
Hi, good afternoon again. Matthew Laing from Charlie Smith. Amazing presentation. I think everything was done well, and I thank everyone for, having me here. I think my biggest concern, and a lot of my colleagues as well, is oftentimes growing up we hear say things are done in a particular way, especially for the elders who work in a specific environment or whatever it is. And, a lot of my colleagues, as I have a lot of friends that work in the ICT area, our main concern is, like, as you mentioned, with floods and other natural disaster, you find that oftentimes you have areas like where it concerns like the government, where it's mostly paper or physical documentation. We are far into the technological era now, where, like how you have JARD, where they go out and they ensure that the documentations and everything is done by policy and so on. I'm wondering, maybe from this workshop or from here, if there can be something similar
where it comes on to digitalizing the necessary documentations that we have in the different areas, because once you have it digitalized, not only is it safer in my eyes, but you can access it much easier, because I'm quite sure many persons here are frustrated when you have things to do at any government institution, and you have to go and you hear say, boy, you have to wait 7 business days before you get something we could have probably pull up in a few minutes or a few seconds. So, yes, that's pretty much, if it's a case where we can get the physical copies digitalized, and how can we go about and doing that? That's pretty much a question.
Thank you for so much for your question, but this is a collaborative question because we have.
Right. So thank you very much for that question. Now, you would have heard us speaking about the GOJ RIM program. So that's the manual aspect of RIM, where we're getting together or putting some systematic. Oh, I need to. Sorry. Is this good? Right. So the GOJ RIM program is really the avenue to get to where you want to, right? So that program, we're concerned with arranging our manual records. Again, we have to have the records in some sort of order to move to digitization. Well, that's the best practice, right? Because again, digitization is a very expensive venture. And you want to ensure that what you're digitizing is what you actually need to be digitizing. So going through the process of the manual RIM, and the manual meaning your paper records where you have your inventories and you have your retention schedules and your classification and all of that, then this will put you, en route to having digitization. So JARD is the entity with responsibility to move from moving government organization from the manual to the digital space. However, there's a big challenge because some of us just not moving, right? So we have to move from the manual state, so we have to get the manual records in order to move to the digital space, because you don't want to do a project to digitize your records, and at the end of it, you recognize, boy, it is causing us so much to store these records, and when we really look, we're not using these, we shouldn't have digitized these, right? Because again, many of us think it's costly to store paper, but there's also a cost to store electronic records, and we must consider that. So, the short answer, start with your manual, get them in order, call JARD, right? And when you're ready to move to the next level. But sadly, most of GOJ is still at the manual level. We're still sorting out paper records. So we are hoping to see a shift with that. Answer your question. Yes, man, absolutely. So we are totally in support of digitizing, But what I'm saying, we need to do it in stages. So stage 1, manual RIM. Sort out your paper records, definitely these are the records that we want to start with. These are the vital records that we want to digitize. So absolutely, we are all for it. All for it. And even access and customer satisfaction, having digital records. Again, guys, it is not to be away with the paper. But the truth is, what most entities not doing is moving the records through the cycle. There's a life cycle. And some of us will keep everything from day 1 to day 10, right? And that's not the way it was meant to be, right? The records should be moving through the cycle. And with that done, then we'll get rid of the paper records when they need to be disposed of. Mr. Cranston would have taken you through the disposition process this morning. So when the records, after you have established your retention and disposition schedules, that tells you when this record should move from a particular stage to another, then that would free up some space. right? And the process in the manual RIM will assist you in identifying those records that you need to start your digitization with. So that is a part of the manual RIM, establishing your retention and disposition schedules that give you the timeline for your records. So you would have established your records and information management committees within your organizations that you look at, you appraise the records to see what a use is for, and you get a timeline because JAR don't dictate to you outside of the ones that are mandatory, right? You will have to appraise each record to see how often you use them. You have audits and so on. After 3 years, we don't need these anymore. After 7 months, we don't need these anymore. And you assign your timelines accordingly. Well, if it is that you're looking at a particular unit, and maybe you want to start with, so a particular set of records or a series of records, and, but we do advise that you get your manual RIM in order before you move on. Right.
So we'll take the question online. There are 2 questions that came online. We're just going to say to everybody that if you write to JARD, you will get the information. And that what they were asking was, which companies offer freezing services and how long should these records be in the freezer? It's a pretty long request, so we're going to ask that you write to JARD for that information. There is the other question. I'm not sure if it is Ms. Vassell who would take it or Mr. Chambers. And I think maybe Ms. Vassell. They talked about the ink and alcohol. So persons said that when you use isopropyl or alcohol, it removes the ink. So which type of alcohol should you be using? That's the question, because they're saying that it will remove the ink from the paper records.
Okay, we normally recommend ethyl alcohol, but before you do any treatment, always do a testing first. Oh, sorry about that. So you should always use ethyl alcohol, but before any treatment is done, always do a small testing first to see if the ink will run. No.
Isopropyl applies to audiovisual.
Okay. So next question in-house. Is there another question? If not, there is another question online, and they're asking if they can get copies of the presentation by the speakers that were made today. So I would assume that JARD would make those presentations available to you. Now, since there are no more questions, I'm going to ask for Ms. Ketanya Laing to speak to the participants before we close off.
Certainly. So the GOJ RIM policy is available online. It is on the ministry's website, but easily, if you Google it, you will find it. GOJ RIM policy 2018. And the accompanying procedures manual is also available online.
I remember that eGov was involved in some aspect of the digital, like maybe, how we get there, whether we are ready or so. Are they are they still the person or the governing person who deal with that aspect?
ICT Authority, formerly EGOV Jamaica Limited, as it relates to the ICT Authority, right, formerly EGOV Jamaica Limited, we are in charge of digitization, the solution. So when you complete this phase of JARD, like what we did today, right, so the next step would be to digitize. So the solution that you want, that equipment to for you to share your files and all of that, we develop those. No, that's JARD. Our sole role is for the equipment.
If I may, in closing or in my summary points, if I may add to what was asked, just for clarity, I am aware that there are some ministries, departments, and agencies that are currently implementing their electronic document records management systems. And I am, thank you. I am also, aware that those entities are working with eGov to develop the software to be used, and they're also working with JARD. So myself and other JARD team members, we sit on some of those steering committees with the MDAs. So we work in conjunction with the ICT authority to ensure it's a best fit for your records digitization, or if it's born digital records and you're using your electronic document records management system, we all sit at the table and ensure that you have a best fit solution. So you can call JARD when you're ready, and we will work with you to call the ICT authority. Thank you. All right. I thank you for your questions. I thank you for the engagement today. This is but one of a series of workshops that we will be having. I encourage you to stay tuned to JARD. Make sure we have your email addresses. There are a number of materials that we will be sharing with you, certainly today's presentation. Now, the videos that you saw earlier today, they were well done, right? Beautiful, right? This morning's commemoration event and offboarding, do you believe that the MC took you through well? Well done, right? The moderation of this afternoon's workshop, top quality, right? And so, I am going to invite Ms. Francis to join me. Now, Ms. Francis has been most kind to JARD, and we want to express our appreciation. You have shown us tremendous graciousness. You have gone above and beyond. The members of the team speak of you fondly. They are learning from you, and we deeply appreciate that. We look forward to continued relations with you, and we ask that you also convey our thanks to the members of your team that you have at the PBCJ. And so we have a token of our appreciation that I wish to share with you today. So, if I may. Thank you.
I want to thank you all so very much because this was a surprise. And when you say they speak fondly, I suppose because I threaten them all the time, you know. I said, if you don't get me the things on time, I done with you, no, I'm not talking to you, no. I cuss off Mr. Ebanks all the time. Because what happens is that the clock is my boss. And so everything for me is time sensitive. So if the thing is not on time, I'm like getting ready to freak out. I need it. But at the end of the day, they're very gracious. They're not bother trying to get no hitman for me after I threaten them. And so we work very well. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for the opportunity to help, because this is something that I'm very passionate about, to the point that I went back to school to learn how to do it properly. You're given a task to do, but I don't just want to do it and just catch up something. I want to understand exactly how it works so I can tell my team, so there is succession planning, so it doesn't end with me. It starts with me, but it continues on. And I have learned so much. As I said, Mrs. Rarity taught me. Princess, oh my goodness. Princess is the most, I don't know, she's so contained, she's so calm, and when you look at her, you can't tell that she going or getting flustered, because she always come across as calm. And I know sometimes I freak her out, and I freak out Alicia, and I freak out my team members. So, Mr. Pennant, if you're listening, if you're watching, I have the basket. I won't go home with it. I don't bring it to you. Because Mr. Pennant also goes above and beyond, because we're constantly pushing the envelope and saying, we need another video, we need something else done, so please let us have it. And he always says, oh my God, but he always delivers. So thank you all. And I want to express my sincere gratitude to all our speakers for their insightful contributions. Your dedication and expertise are integral to enhancing our disaster preparedness and records resilience efforts. And to all participants, both here and online, your active engagement is appreciated. Thank you for your attention, your professionalism, and commitment to the stewardship of Jamaica's records. And again, thank you, and safe journey home. Okay.